Hello, everybody. No, we don't need the logo up right now. We are not in that. I need the screen
Are
capture up,
we?
though.
Or are we?
Dun,
It's
dun, dun,
Dungeon
dun,
Bowl
dun, dun.
again!
Who's to frickin' say?
Welcome, everybody, to the next episode, and I'm sorry we've been gone for a while, of Tomb of Annihilation, where we are joined today by Diggory, played by
Hey, what's
Chun.
up? What's up, all? I'm barely awake.
We are joined by Dr. Gwynwyn, played by Digi.
Hey, I am more awake than Chun.
We are joined
Really that
by
hard.
Shauna, played by our lovely friend Kitsu,
Oh, and I'm somewhat awake!
and somebody who is stuffing their face right now playing Road is our friend Memes.
I'll take that.
So, since it's been a little bit since we have played, I will do the recap basically here for you guys.
Because, the DM needs all the inspiration he can get.
Rerolls everywhere. So, after a interesting little bout over the other side of the river and trying and running into a few shenanigans with some goblins, essentially, and boats being stolen, you chase the goblins across from Camp Righteous into the undead territories, where you had a run-in with some blue mist that gave you guys some sickness. You were able to cure it not too long after, but it was still kind of an interesting situation for you to run into. After struggling to cross the river a few times and some very interesting shenaniganery happening with that, you crossed and ventured through the jungles, getting a little bit lost, but not too much, and then finding your way back to where you believe the shield guardian that you were looking for, at least right now, it was supposed to be. But as you were searching through the jungle for them, you came upon a clearing. And as you enter the clearing from in front of the group and to your left a little bit was a group, another adventuring group, or what could have been an adventuring group, except you recognize them very quickly as being a red wizard of Thay, a couple of his guards, and a few skeletons along with them. And that is where we left off. So, they aren't moving right now, the red wizard or the guards. They're eyeing you, and yes, the guards' hands are on their weapon, and the skeletons are doing, well, skeleton-y things.
They're just playing themselves like xylophones, doing weird rubber hose style dances in the 1930s.
Exactly.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
The red wizard is just eyeing you warily. They don't, um, somebody make me an insight check.
Who's good at that?
Uh, wrote supposedly, but yes, wrote would have been the person to do it. Or
All right. As long as we're going to be playing this nonsense, how low can I go? Please.
Nat 20.
There we go. It showed up on my 3D dice on my character sheet before it did in the thing, so I was like, which one is that 20 on?
So, wrote Shauna and going, you're getting the distinct feeling at the back of your mind that this is about to break out into a fight. The guards seem a little bit twitchy to you. The skeletons seem even more twitchy for some reason, and you can just kind of tell something's about to go down. Diggory, though, on the other hand, you can basically tell, especially from your years of fighting and studying fighting styles and reading books on fighting styles and even reading a little bit on the Wizards of Thay, they actually aren't itching to fight you right now. They seem a little bit more nervous than you guys stumbling upon them. They kind of just want to pass and hopefully not have to worry about fighting because while they're not in Thay, they're not as powerful.
Of course, the one with the best insight fails.
And the one with
Critically.
the best insight fails, the critical fail, and the one with the worst. Well, no, Gwenwyn's got
No.
got equally bad insight.
I have worse insight than you.
Oh yeah, I'm actually trained in insight. That's right.
I have nothing.
Yeah. All right.
I'm proficient and I failed.
All right. Diggory is going to motion down to his friends and companions, and takes a small step forward. Like, greetings. Would seem that travelers passing in the night is not quite the case in this instance.
You are right, Minotaur friend. Pray, will you let us pass?
So, we would be willing to let you pass, as long as the esteemed wizards of Thay would allow us the same honor.
Oh. He gives you a little bow. And by a little bow, I mean he does a very flourish, sticks his one hand all the way out, brings it to his chest, and lowers himself pretty low. Your group had the right of way, so after you.
Very well then. Pray, allow us to not interfere with your business.
And we shall not interfere with your business, whatever that may be. And they actually take a couple steps back. The skeletons kind of awkwardly shuffle back with them.
Very well. Come along, friends. We don't want to impose too long on our esteemed acquaintances. Best we be off.
DM, what does the plants in the area look like?
The plants?
Yep.
They look perfectly fine. Lush jungle plants. Everything is living and completely okay.
Yeah, Shauna's just more open to the. I would say that her insight is basically she's been poking at the plants more often.
Under normal circumstances, that would be my shtick.
Or mine.
They were just everybody else was distracted by the pretty plants.
Normal. I would be taking the plant rubbings, and someone else should be doing the talking. But yet here we are.
So you guys pass along from the Red Wizards perfectly fine. No interference. No. They don't even give you a second look.
Diggory sort of deflates a bit as soon as they get out of sight. Oh boy. I don't need to tell.
They really wanted.
I don't know. I don't care. Red wizards can be exceedingly dangerous.
Considering the fact that they had skeletons with them when the only forms of undead we've seen have been either trying to murder us or in a very decrepit state.
They were very well cared for, that is one thing for certain, but that's not a way, that's not a, that is certainly not an indication that that wizard could not make very fine skeletal specimens of us. Or perhaps even worse.
True.
Oof. Oof. I'll always just say, the sooner we can put more ground between us and them, the better. Honestly, we could not have hoped for that to go any better. I would certainly not wish to press my luck.
Well,
So,
wait, we're looking for the shield guardian thing.
yes.
So,
Yes, back to that. This is about the correct area that our contact said, correct?
I mean, we could have asked them if we were going in the right direction.
probably not the best idea.
And I don't believe turning on a red wizard to a magical item is a good idea. No.
True.
If he already knows about it, then we're on the clock to begin with. If he doesn't know about it, best that clock stays stopped.
Yep.
So, since you are in the area, and you don't exactly know where a lone shield guardian in the middle of a jungle would be, I would like everybody to make me
Ba-ba-bum. Another dice roll.
yes. But I'm trying to see what one would be the most appropriate here.
Well, if we're looking around, wouldn't we be investigation?
You are correct. I would say it would be investigation. I would like some investigating, please.
Investigation. Who? I think that the guidance is on yourself. I take it, because
It's a cantrip and it's only an action to cast and everything. I'm pretty sure he can get it off on everybody.
okay, so
Alright.
D4. So
14
I have
plus. So 18.
mine's 20.
Yay!
Now roll a D4.
Gwenwyn's got a 22.
Someone's got a 20.
Yeah, technically we'd roll for
Oh,
ourselves. And
okay,
you have a
that's
17.
right.
Rote has a 12.
Ah, that's right. Okay, so well, I guess
Okay.
very well.
Thanks to the efforts, basically everybody except for Rote right now. Who kind of gets again this kind of lost.
Rope got distracted casting his spell.
He was busy trying to help you guys out with casting guidance and everybody that he just wasn't paying attention. It doesn't take you guys too long to find in a bit of a not clearing but a slightly less wooded area, covered in vines and covered with just looks to be what to an untrained eye, except for Dr. Glenwyn, since you are an alchemist, you study plants a lot more, and even to Diggory, with you just kind of studying that there's an 8 foot tall, looks to be like a statue, humanoid in shape with bronze fists, iron joints, and an adamantine breastplate with an iron helm with slits for eyes. There's statue. There's part of it made out of sculpted wood, reinforced with bands and rivets of adamantine. And scattered around its feet, next to some rocks that it's leaning up against, are offerings of food, feathered, colored stones, and skulls.
Hmm.
This would make a really good painting.
It certainly would. This definitely has all the appearances of a shield guardian. I mean,
Yeah.
sans the ritual offerings. Suppose it makes sense, however, though. Well,
Primitive
whatever.
people do primitive things.
Indeed, especially those goblins we dealt with before. Wouldn't be surprised if they viewed this as some sort of god or spirit guardian or whatever.
Wonder if we could get the armor off of it.
Highly unlikely. It's largely integrated perfectly into its form.
Well, I figure before you actually say that, you really know that in regards for that. If you want to, you can make a Arcana check.
Very well.
No, you have no idea. You think you can actually just get yourself into that suit.
I say it still confidently because I don't know any better. Hmm.
Wow.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Well, we won't actually know if we can't get the armor unless we actually push the thing down.
Well, we have to collect it anyway. Very well.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's see here. Proper leverage. Is this even connected to anything? Right. I'm going to try to move the shield guardian.
Okay, tell me how you are trying to move the shield guardian.
Going to attempt.
Uh,
My desire is to at least ways see if I can wrench it from its place, and if in doing so, can I support its own weight? It has to get moved in some regard.
With your book knowledge, you know that adamantine is pretty damn heavy. And a guardian of this size with a lot of adamantine and brass and other potentially having fittings, even for your strength, even with everybody's strength here together, you could lift it, but you don't think you could support it for very long.
Well, this is going to be interesting. This is going.
uh,
Maybe if we perhaps. No, that would even press ganging the entire population of the goblins in this area. It would be difficult to move this thing,
It's if
especially
they would-
back, especially back
if
to the
they-
city.
And that's also saying that if they're the ones leaving these offerings, that they'd actually want to move it.
If
Indeed.
you want to kind of get there, because the the area kind of immediately around the Stone Guardian is a lot more cleared out, and everything like that. You guys can see a bunch of different kind of feet print lift in the kind of the dirt and pathways that are being made. Exactly how much you can actually do is can you actually kind of take care of. You would need to make a survival check to see if you can determine what they are.
Hmm. If only the lizard hadn't left for that. Apparently, he have he like I got pulled back for whatever something happened in his clan or something or other. Would have been useful to have at this point.
Yep.
Alright. Well, let's see. What can I pull from the ground?
I can pull
Yeah.
more than you.
They are, in fact, feet. A lot of them, if I really had to hazard the guess.
Okay, with the two that actually have a wisdom stat, do the check.
Oh,
27. There, a
27.
27 should.
So it's not actually that hard to determine in regards to these. Some of these things you're not exactly 100% on, but you can see something that looks like pygmy feet. You can see some goblin feet footprints, and you can even see the footprints of grungs.
Gibrung.
she's just. She has.
Everybody can actually tell this.
Oh, that's a performance check, not a survival check.
Okay, that's performance.
She's just
painting.
painting the scene of Diggory and everyone just trying to figure out the scene.
You are perfectly fine. It is remember you were given a book not too long ago that mentioned that if you can find its activation, if you can find the amulet to it, it would tell you, it would allow you to reactivate the shield guardian.
Oh, yes. Find the amulet. If it was a lot. That would. Yeah, is that. Why did it take me so long to remember that? Would. Has anyone found something like an amulet, a talisman, or some variety, perhaps of a similar make and design to the Guardian itself? So that's a no from Shauna.
It's a no from. Yeah, it's a no from me as well.
Would that be a survival check? Or an investigation?
You don't see anything on the ground that looks remotely metallic in the area.
Also, you could check your inventory to see if you've already picked up something in the over the course of what we've done.
I call this the Diggory Investigation Crew.
Investigation?
I mean, it's
She's an artist, not a
Linguist.
wordsman.
Yeah, well, fair enough. All right. Nothing in my bags. Nothing on the ground. Worst case scenario, perhaps. It's in the hands of one of the goblin tribes. Or the pygmies. Or these grungs. Probably unaware of the significance of what they have.
Probably.
Alright, so if that's the case, where are we going to start looking first?
If you want a kind of a general area, you notice that while there's a lot of goblin tracks in the area, most of the goblin tracks seem to come in and leave from the north and east. Most of the grung tracks tend to go to the south and east some, and the pygmy ones just kind of come in all over the place.
Hmm. Who would be most likely to have either found it first or have been attracted by shinies?
Given how
Who?
easily we were able to trick the last bit goblins, I am betting on them.
I was coming to that same conclusion. So then, northeast then, unless someone else has any other suggestions.
Nope, no suggestions here.
So the night is
Very
approaching.
nice, very nice depiction of what you've gotten there, Sora or Shauna. What? Keep forgetting your name. Sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
No, that was out of character.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, no.
Her name is Shauna. Her
Thank you.
So
quarry is Sora.
so the night is about to be settling in. You don't think you can really get out of, for in-game terms, this hex before you have to set up camp.
Mhm.
Um, do you want to try and press on into the night, or do you want to just stay here and set up camp?
Mm,
You do notice that the area around you seems to be, besides the red guardians that the red wizards that you ran into, um, seem to be a lot more kind of just peaceful in this area. They don't. There doesn't seem to be as much activity here.
Probably as good then to make camp here or nearby at the very least.
yeah, if the goblins have the thing, then they'll still have it tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, s- set up camp. Well, let's set up camp and see if we can't get something together.
Gonna pitch the tent. Gonna pitch the tent. Da da da
I
da
forgot I
da
can't actually
da.
do that.
Just pitch the tent right here.
Oh,
Bum,
where did it go?
bum, bum.
Yeah, let's do it this way.
So, Diggory, how's your sketching going so far?
About as well as I can hope. Well as I can hope at the moment. Plants, plants, leaves, descriptions of their stems and the like. Some of the root systems that I've been able to get. I mean, I'm nowhere near an artist as you,
Mhm.
but ah,
I'm
glad
sure
I.
that I'm sure that you can get better. It takes a
Oh,
lot of takes a lot.
yeah, I'm sure. Well, for my experience and money, I'd rather keep working in my boxing here in the middle of the jungle. As much as the research is useful, it doesn't do my clan any good if it doesn't get back.
I mean, boxing is also an art style, I guess.
I've heard it described as such. The books I've read on the subject, it would certainly seem to imply. Like, would you believe that I'm entirely self-taught?
No way. And you've been punching things till they are dead like that?
Well,
Wow.
well, considering my size and strength, it's not entirely. It shouldn't be surprising, at least. I don't pretend to be all that great in the form. Although, I suppose a little bit of extra practice wouldn't be out of order. Here, gonna take a step out, gonna, and then manifest my echo, the shadow echo. Just take, just like, gotta get used to this, but can certainly be useful. Very well then. Yeah, let us have at it then. As me and my shadow begin just doing some sparring motions.
Literally
She
shadow boxing.
Exactly.
she leans into Dr. Gwendolyn and goes, and then just watches.
Okay. So the rest of the night, besides Diggory's impressive shadow boxing, goes
Impressive as much as any sort of like practice and warm up routine can be.
goes uneventfully. Actually, you guys are quite well, although somewhere off in the distance, you can't exactly make out where. It's you can hear what sounds to be some celebrating, at least a little bit. It sounds rather primitive, but not but still some celebrating somewhere off to the northeast.
I'm getting a very distinct feeling that I've read about something like this. A halfling and a bunch of dwarves randomly running around in a jungle, chasing celebrations and being basically humiliated over the time as they then get captured by other creatures. Truly a highly dysfunctional adventuring group. Halfling, 12 dwarves.
So the morning dawns and you head out. I need one person to make a survival roll.
Survival roll.
Please, the two that don't have a +0.
I just need to recheck something for me.
I got a 14. I have a feeling that I might know where we should head. Mm, We might end up actually being like d- those hobbits and dwarves, and if that's the case.
Well, it was just the one hobbit, but it at least was nice to know that I'm not the only one that was read that book.
Eh, you can tell how much college does.
So as you set out for the day, not too long after you begin, you stumble. Oh, first off, ping me which hex you are wishing to go to.
Oh, northeast is this one.
Okay.
Love how the pigs are so freaking fast. It's hardly useful, but
I kind of figured, just wanted to double check.
Hmm.
We're
You
heading for this hex.
you find a tree, all a half hollowed out tree in the middle, kind of standing out a little bit by itself here. That you catches your attention. It the bark is a lot smoother than the rest of the trees around. There's no actual vines growing up it like any other trees, and again, it looks like it is half carved out, at least on one side, or if not carved out, it looks like it was split and grew split to where something can be put inside.
Hmm.
Hmm. So, who wants to put their hand in the mystery tree?
Definitely signs of something akin to civilization, that's for sure.
Looks like something that a Fae would make.
Well, the question is, we want someone that could would be better. Someone that could survive it more likely, or someone who is a little bit more able to fit in there better. Because I'll be honest, I'm not sure. I'm not sure as to how well I'll be able to wedge myself in. I might be small for a minotaur, but this was built for a goblin. Then the situation should be obvious.
Oh, what our
Cue everybody looking at Rote.
I don't.
what our rat want to try?
I don't like the idea, but I fine.
You approach a tree, and almost immediately when you finally get there, you can see that it doesn't go very deep into the tree, but you can see a a coffer a coffer box just sitting in the biggest part of the tree that's in there. That looks completely undisturbed right now.
I'll look around for traps or anything like that.
There is it's tree. There's nothing other than tree around you.
Well, suppose I'll try and open it up.
You grab the coffer, and it contains 5 vials of some liquid, and if you take one of them out, it is clearly labeled antitoxin.
Eh, very nice.
Hooray!
Sorry, guys.
Definitely useful.
Sorry, guys. I didn't find anything. Nothing here.
Hmm. Oh, well, such is the way, I suppose. Can't imagine, as much as it seems unlikely, we would, like, get an untrapped tree. Whatever was in it could have been looted a long time ago.
That
True.
or just like squirrels or something putting nuts in there.
Oh, jungle squirrels.
Yes.
Gotta be careful about them. Incisors the length of a small knife.
Are we talking about my cousin?
Oh, I was talking about a jungle squirrel, but if that turns out to be your cousin, then I suppose I am.
Eh, hiding things, squirreling things away is very similar to us.
Are you guys doing anything else in the area, or continuing on your travels?
Did we not move on to the next hex, or?
So don't forget, I don't reveal the hex unless you guys know exactly where you guys are going.
Oh, that's true.
Mhm.
So, um,
Uh,
so as far as you guys know, you guys are going in the right direction.
Survival again.
Well, no, we're still not done with the traveling day.
Okay.
Most of the rest of the day actually
Wow.
does go uneventful. There's a few kind of crashes off in the distance. You can hear some more celebration or some kind of commotion far off in the distance. This time, kind of coming from the southeast of you.
Hmm.
Again, you can't exactly tell where it's coming from. It doesn't sound much like celebration. It just sounds like some hectic noises. But as the night goes down, or as the day kind of goes along, um, and you guys are walking through the forest. I'm trying to see something here now. No, okay.
Will
Um,
it be some type of combat or something?
As you guys are walking along in the ground, something catches your eye up in the trees. About 40 feet above you in the ground, above you, seems to be the body of an elf, balanced on a tree branch, his arms and legs dangling downward. There seems to be something kind of trapped beneath his body between him and the branch, but you can't tell exactly what it is from down here.
Living or dead elf?
His legs are dangling downward in regards to. And make a perception check.
All right.
Perception.
Nope, that's the wrong button. I wanted to turn on my character sheet, not go to my close screen. All right, 10.
Um, from where you are, you can't exactly tell, but the body does look a little bit thinner than even in the average elf.
Sorry, I had a Digi heckled me, so I didn't hear that.
Shauna, your trained artisan eyes, though, as you stare up at it, can tell that the elf is clearly dead. His body is desiccating away, becoming thin and withering, although not completely rotted to the point where beyond you can tell that it was a person.
This looks it looks fresh. Usually elves are not. Usually elves are very skilled in survival in forests and jungles. This is wrong.
Wood elves, perhaps?
I hardly disagree about all elves being good in the jungles.
Yeah.
What a racist.
Well, it's really less of a racist than it is more of a cultural thing. Wood elves would be more at home in a place like this. High elves tend to be more city dwellers. Like, then of course there's the doctor over here. Here is more of a shadow elf of some description. Pardon me if that. And then of course there's
Accurate.
the drow, who are underground and would be and would consider this right now to be as basically as being blinded by light. Put up like a deuce, another candle in the night or whatever. I'm not perfectly familiar with the words of the bards.
Are you guys
And
going
now
to be
that's
doing
stuck
that?
in my head. No, regardless, we should probably see if that elf has anything. If I remember correctly, it was an elf that had the that it was in possession of the shield guardian before, so perhaps.
If anybody's going to climb up to try and get to him, I need an athletics check.
Well, I suppose it's my time. Again. Let's see. Put the right screen up this time. Yes. I push this button to activate a skill for tree climbing.
And then a D4.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Digger, you are embodied by the spirit of a spider, and you just kind of just like bolt up that thing quicker. You remember reading a book about how lumberjacks can climb trees to get to a certain part and can mimic the actions exactly. And you sprint up the tree, basically, the 40 feet, very quickly, and find yourself on the branch that, as you put your weight on it, starts creaking really badly.
Well, I'd best make this quick. Who says there's no difference between theory and practice? Oh wait, that's me. I said it the other way. It was the other way around, doesn't it? Ah, well, whatever. All right, let's get the corpse or the thing and the stuff.
What are you trying to grab? There is something pinned between the body of the elf and the branch, and then there is the elf itself.
Mm. A thought passes by Diggory's head. You know, I'm just gonna do this for myself, okay? Yeah. Under 10, I do it. Over 10, I think better. Alright, I'm gonna think better of it. Probably not a good idea to risk that variety of bodily harm. Alright. Well, if it falls, it falls. I'm gonna go for the item.
Okay. You kind of step out on the branch. It's not too far from there, but you kind of have to balance yourself still holding onto the tree. The branch is cracking and creaking under your weight, but you reach down, still holding on to the actual part of the tree, and pull out a small slip of paper.
To he who double-crossed me, take this dollar, the rest of the 400,000 I leave to the worms.
Are you reading
Oh,
the
wait, no,
note?
no, I'm making a reference to like a
Oh.
1940s radio show, but
Gotcha.
but yeah, no, I'm not reading it right now while the branch is creaking beneath me.
And you get a good look at the corpse up here in regard to that. He doesn't actually seem to have much, if anything, else on him anymore. It seems like he was kind of picked clean, except for this note with it being underneath him.
Ah, well, may the halls of Corellian Theron have one more decent, mm, decent resident. And I make my way back down this tree.
I need an athletics check.
There we go. Watch me fail this one.
Okay, while he is
I
climbing down,
rolled 2 10s for
while
totals of 15 on both ends.
while he's climbing down, when we'll like say to the others, you know, I probably could have just climbed up 10 feet, teleported up there, and been significantly lighter than him on that branch.
You could have told me that before.
Figure you climb your way down. You lose your grip with your hoofs a little bit a few times, and kind of slip and slide down a couple feet, but are able to regain yourself. But you do make it down safe.
Well, that
I
was
could have done it as well.
true. That was exciting. Though. This is a thought, Root. These the horn caps and knuckle dusters have been amazing. You think you might be able to do something for me, like do something else, like a non-magical, of course, just like climbing spike enabled horseshoes.
Yes, I suppose so. It will cost you, though. The materials and all that.
Of course, good sir. Not needed at the moment, but just a thought, perhaps.
I was entertained watching. It's like watching the world's first biggest creature trying to balance a rope across a circus tent.
Oh yes, though I believe me, there are bigger creatures than I that can actually make that. But at the same time, those creatures also don't have hooves. Well, depending on how you look at it, we may be lucky or unlucky, and maybe we'll find some of them down here in this jungle. At any rate, let's see. The elf himself was pretty picked clean. There was this one thing, though, a note that was wedged beneath him.
Are you reading it now?
Yep, I'm going to take it out and read it.
It says, "To whoever finds this and my body, please tell my family back in Port Nyanzaru that I'm sorry. I was chased by an Allosaurus and was too terrified to come down the tree."
Well, then I suppose the halls of Corellian Letharian actually have a coward in... Ah, well. Well, even if there's nothing else, there are Allosaurus in this jungle.
Yep.
I suppose we knew that as well from the dino races.
And the fact that we have seen other dinosaurs a few days ago.
Well, I got some exercise out of the ordeal, so not all bad. Yeah, 1 second. Pulls a small splinter out of his hoof.
All right. So, with that, it is becoming nighttime. A little bit harder to see here in regards to that. But do you guys want to make camp, or do you guys want to um, try to press on with the knowledge that you have?
Hmm.
Probably best to make camp so that way, because the last night we heard the all the sounds coming from a direction, so we might get it again
Good idea.
and be able to more pinpoint the way we actually need to go.
Yeah, that sounds like a. I'll take watch. I don't really need to sleep. If you guys
Very
need
well.
to sleep, then go ahead.
Yeah. As the camp is being as set up and everyone's settling down, Diggory does another round of shadow boxing.
Yep.
This is this. I gotta say, this echo is amazing. I've never had as good. Like as I said, I was all self-taught, right? And I really only started teaching myself after my exile. This is the best training partner I could have asked for.
I would totally agree with you.
I mean, sans an actual teacher, perhaps, but I'll take what I can get. And study has always been a great expedient.
I was taught by an. I was taught not in the usual ways of what other people think, but some type of second half has been watching. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
Guardian angel, perhaps? Maybe you're just haunted. Who knows?
You could say it like that.
So, again, luckily for you folks, the night passes pretty uneventfully. There's no sounds of partying or celebration that you can hear. Um, the night is relatively quiet, although swear that you can hear something stomping around somewhere. Um, but it doesn't seem to necessarily be approaching the camp.
Hmm. Perhaps that note just tells us that the word tells us of the hunting territory of that creature.
Yeah, I think we should probably take a different direction this time.
I thoroughly concur, although I will be, again, being perfectly honest. If we have the opportunity, I should love to claim one of that thing's skulls.
I need whoever's going to be your guide for the day to roll survival.
I'm highly tempted to have it be myself.
I have +4. What does everyone else have?
Plus
Zero.
0.
3.
Diggory just gets it into his mind. Man, I really want that skull. There's some interesting stuff to go with that.
Okay.
Oh. That works too.
Yeah.
Fun.
Today, as you guys wake up and break camp, it feels like it is going to be a very good day. Um, and
I've got a good feeling about this.
as a matter of fact, it is actually a very easy day for you. You travel the whole day and find yourself completely isolated in the jungle without encountering anything for some reason. At least during the morning and even afternoon hours. You make it all the way through the day to where the sun starts setting and you start setting up your camp, not having ran into anything at all. What is the group doing? Are you striking camp or are you pressing on? You tell me.
Diggory is going to go into a little bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, trance-like state, just getting right into the zone in a sparring session. As whatever little catch in your eyes you see, it's like his eyes have turned purple for a second. But in reality, I forgot to fix my alerts.
I think we're gonna probably make camp and Wenman's gonna make potions this time because he's hasn't done that in a while.
Okay.
Probably do 4 potions.
Okay.
Remember quickly we rolled Arcana for it 4 times.
Hold on.
I wish there was a way to do this without having to mute everything.
Yeah, Arcana was probably the best one for you.
Yeah.
So you'll roll it 4 times and see if you create it, and then we'll roll for your results off your table.
Yep.
Eh.
1, 2, 3, 4,
You successfully create all of your potions. Go ahead
Yes.
and roll me your d12 4 times.
I'm pretty sure this will work the way I want it to. Okay, so
You have
an 11
you've made a potion
for
of slowness, a potion of
okay.
boldness, a potion of swiftness,
Potion of boldness. Equipment.
and a
Potion.
potion of
The second one, the third one was swiftness.
swiftness, yes.
Okay.
And then the last one was a potion of petrification.
Yeah. Purification. Okay.
But yes, as you are setting up camp, the night falls, and again, luckily or unluckily for you potentially, um, nothing happens. It is another peaceful night.
Hmm.
This is beginning to get a slight bit worrying. I'm not going to complain necessarily about having an easy time of it, but 3 days with nothing?
Yeah, we should have come across something other than the dead elf.
The possibilities that we are very lost is not lost on me.
I
Hmm.
totally know where we're going.
Hmm. Unfortunately, there's nothing coming to my mind of how to confirm where we are.
Yep. So, with the
Mhm.
day beginning, I need somebody to, whoever is the guide for the day, to make me your survival roll.
That's
Okay.
fair.
Rope. As you are kind of getting yourself prepped up and checked, you can tell now exactly where the party is. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Yay, camp
Hmm.
vengeance.
Note to self. Buy a compass.
What direction are you guys trying to go now?
Back north, I guess.
Yeah,
This is
Directly north, northeast, southeast, south?
directly north.
Okay.
Retrace our steps. If we find a dead elf in a tree, all the better. Okay, well, that explains why we stopped hearing the sounds of celebration or activity. At least we were going the exact wrong way.
The group,
Oops.
as they start off for the day, and you get pretty close to kind of, you do pass that dead elf, continuing on, but a little bit toward just before noon or midday or so. Somewhere you come into a clearing in the forest, not a huge one, but a big enough one. And near some of the far trees, you see a fairly large triceratops grazing alone, again near some of the large bushes that are near some of the trees.
Uh, um, uh, hide?
Yes. Large, dangerous, ding. Uh,
So roll stealth, I take it.
It's kind of seen because you hear a big huff and it kind of lifts its head and looks to your direction, but it's not making any kind of aggressive moves towards you.
Um,
hmm. Can I make a some variety of check to determine if I know anything about these creatures from what I've seen or read?
Um,
No, not that screen.
Wouldn't that be?
It would probably be like history or something, but
make me a
History.
make me a history check.
all right.
The other thing I was thinking is potentially animal handling.
That's
I mean, he's specifically trying to remember something that he recalled about the
yeah,
animal. Um,
19.
what you know about Triceratops from the kind of the studies, even though they're not exactly common on the mainland. Um, there's enough studies out there that usually they don't live by themselves unless they are, unless somebody may have gone out to, just on a walk or anything like that. Usually, though, if you find one by itself, usually there is probably a nest nearby.
Hmm. Probably going to be more of them about. Fortunately, this one doesn't seem to be too aggressive, but best not to take our chances, especially if it has company as well. Probably best to make a wide berth. That said, though, if anybody else wants to try and, I don't know, momentarily tame it, I can't think of a better beast of burden in this area. That'll be a one way to get the Shield Guardian moved, certainly.
it would make for a really good melt. She shrugs.
Probably best not to risk it at this point, but
Quick, change your subclass to the Cavalier.
that's a fighter anyway.
That's what I was saying to you.
Oh, that's
Agree.
A minotaur riding a triceratops.
swinging his fists wildly or his maul. It's a two-handed thing. What could be scarier than two creatures with 5 horns charging the line of goblins?
It would be Monster Hunter
It really would, wouldn't it?
with the hunting horn, the hammer.
I always had more fun with the switchblade, actually. Or switch axe, whatever it was called. Anywho,
Hmm.
So, are you guys going to go into the clearing? Are you going to kind of skirt around and move your way through?
I would skirt. Not
Mm.
chasing any yet, but let's skirt.
A minotaur chasing women, huh? Or men.
Don't. You weren't there. I think I have a pretty good chance with that bookie boss lady. She seemed to be in, and if for nothing else, would be make for an interesting night.
Well,
Eh, yeah, we're I'm Shauna wants to, even though she would want to try and tame it, would probably want to not bother it any more than we have.
So, the group will skirt around and continue traveling forward north, confident in the direction you are heading this time. And since you have traveled this part, I'm going to let you guys kind of pick where you've been because you've been through this area a couple of good times now that you're not going to be too lost. As you're traveling north and beginning to get dark, um, everybody make me a perception check.
Perception.
Perceiving.
Perception.
Perception. Perception.
Everybody but Dr. Gwen can hear this. Not too far ahead of you, as it's getting to get dark, and you guys are really starting to think about setting up camp. Diggory, Rote, and definitely Shoshana can hear what sounds like people talking. Shana, with your critical success there in regards for that, you can tell that it's actually only one person talking, but every so often you hear some clicking and whistling that kind of potentially sounds like potentially talking, but every so often, at least right now, you're getting kind of a scent of ham in the air.
She holds her hand out to stop everyone. There's ham, and definitely someone talking.
You had me at ham. Field rations are one thing. Osler's good berries were another entirely. But ham. Now we're talking food.
It's up
Oh,
ahead, and I think we should try and stealth a look.
might be best if I stayed back if that's the case.
Eh, you and me both, but I I will have to take lead.
Well, very well.
Yes, we have
We-
three characters in heavy armor right now, and then Dr. Gwenwyn.
Yeah. All right.
If you guys are being stealthy, I need stealth rolls.
Oh, this is going to be
This is
fun.
gonna be really fun.
Why is my character sheet
Wait,
not
hold
on
on.
the screen?
You guys don't get to see your stealth rolls. I roll your stealth rolls for you.
Oh,
Yep.
neat. Okay.
Fun.
0
Mine
with
is
disadvantage.
The only one without disadvantage.
Boop.
Doesn't mean it will be better, but
Okay. Boop. Okay. Boop. Okay.
I'm not sure I appreciate the inflection on that. Okay.
I could just imagine it now. Shauna just with two
You guys
branched legs.
are being as stealthy as
like
you
that
can.
that anime trope where you're just holding two branches with leaves on it. It's like am tree, am tree, am tree.
So
Meanwhile, Diggory is just in the background with like a single leaf, being like, am tree.
So you guys are doing your best sneaking impression, walking your way up to the area in regards for that. And you'll hear a human voice shouting out in common, Would you folks like to come out from the forest? One of you is shouting rather loudly that you're being sneaky, and I can hear the metal armor clanging up for the rest of you.
It's a manifestation technique that I read about in a book once.
I swear, unless you mean us harm, we're friendly here. Come, join us by the fire. We have some form of stew.
Well,
I mean, don't mind an artist to be, trusted.
I beg your pardon. We felt it probably as best to our abilities not to startle anybody in this area.
Oh, well, the clanging of the metal, and I'm guessing the one who doesn't have the metal armor on was the one who was shouting very loudly that they were being sneaky here. But you guys are welcome in the camp nonetheless. My name is Artis, and this is my friend Dragonbait. And I will show you who you guys are looking at.
Okay.
Dra-
What a name, Dragonbait.
Dragonbait is not like anything that you really think you have seen before. He doesn't seem to fit. He's very short. He's about 4'10", fairly wrinkly hide. But doesn't seem to have the scales of a dragonborn or a lizard folk or anything like that.
Um,
Hmm.
I'm I'm Shauna, and these are my bodyguards number 1 and number 2.
And the one
Who is that?
who was shouting their names, shouting that they were being stealthy, his name? He points to you, Dr. Glenn.
Oh, I must have rolled terribly then.
You rolled a nat 1.
Oh. Well. Never said I was stealthy. I always said I was smart. He whispers that to himself, but I'm technically her chaperone, but I'm Dr. Wenwen.
No, and
Doing
Shauna, do your bodyguards actually have names, or are they just 1 and 2?
Diggory Stackkeeper, Leatherhorn clan of House Waterdeep, of the city of Waterdeep.
And the rat?
Rat
Oh.
Faber. Just a forger, a smith.
Oh, it is a pleasure to meet each of you. Again, my name is Artis Kimber, and my friend here is Dragonbait. And from Dragon, you'll hear a few whistles and a couple of distinct clicks, and then everybody you will distinctly smell lemon.
Hmm. Wouldn't have,
smells clean.
Oh yes,
that's the power of Pine Sol, baby.
my friend Dragonbait is a Sariel. Nothing that is too common in the area or in the Forgotten Realms altogether. But they communicate not only through clicks and whistles, which I have yet to properly discern, but they do actually also communicate through scents, and I've been able to pick up. He's happy to meet you.
Well, the pleasure is all ours, Mr. Dragonbait. And I apologize if we're not the best of conversationalists given the circumstances, but I do hope that we can at least always have a pleasant enough evening.
Artist will kind of gesture. Do you have bowls? We do have a quite few extra, but I don't know if enough for your whole group to share the stew.
Well, I'm sure we have eating utensils of our own. But,
I'm
But
pretty sure we do, yeah.
yes, but certainly it would be entirely rude of us to partake of only your stew if we didn't provide something of ourselves. Unfortunately, I don't believe we have much beyond field rations, but
so I was able to hunt some animals, and Dragon Bait is good at foraging and got us enough meat and vegetables for the stew here. And we haven't been moving too much lately. There's been a few, well, angry dinosaurs around the area that I've had to deal with.
hmm. Fortunately, we've been able to avoid such encounters at the moment for the last few days, which is surprising considering just how lost we had gotten.
It is very easy to get lost, and luckily my dagger that I have is um lets me know which way I'm going. At least tells me which way north is.
A very handy device.
It's been with me for a long, long time. But friends, enough about me. Tell me, what brings you to this godforsaken place?
Can we really trust him? She whispers.
Not entirely certain that there's much, and whether we have much choice. Even beyond that, two of them, four of us. Caution is the better part of valor in a lot of cases, but eh, we've ch- we've shared some amount of our travels before. Why not?
Sure, yeah.
I beg your pardon. We've actually have a couple of tasks out here. Here, w- one of which being the searching for a crashed airship. Having carrying a what was it? It was a delivery of a collection of books and tomes back to Port Nyanzaru, with the value of which we have been told to be not at all low. But but we've also been sent to attempt to hopefully recover any information or remains of a wizard that was lost out here at some point ago. Last seen with a shield guardian, actually.
Oh, you mean the one to the north?
We believe so, yes, we have stumbled across it.
I ran across a camp of goblins, northeast, I think, of here. Is that right, Dragonbait? And Dragonbait just nods. I can mark it on your map if you would like me to.
Well, that would be most helpful. Certainly, it couldn't be any worse than what we've been doing. We had hoped we'd been traveling northeast already, but it turns out somehow we got turned around and we're traveling south. It was, this jungle is disorientating.
Again, I completely understand. Were it not for my dagger, I would have been lost. The dagger is called Bookmark.
Hmm.
Sounds like something that you would have had if you were wielding daggers.
Oh, believe me, my clan would not provide such magic items to an exile. Much as it would be helpful, but the field researchers, as I've told you before, usually are just sent out to get rid of them, not because they bring anything back.
Alas, I cannot part with it. I was given to me by my wife.
An item of much sentimentality, I am sure. Trust,
Oh, how sweet.
belie- believe me, I have no intention of separating you from such an heirloom.
I apologize. There have been many people trying to part from me with quite a few things lately, as of late, unfortunately.
Such as it would seem to a lot of
I'm not
cases.
actually going with this, but
You're seeing
just scoping out how easy it will be to take it.
so it's a mental sleight of hand to check of
Yeah.
how well you think.
Based on what you can kind of see from him,
I,
you don't think you would have succeeded if you actually tried with whatever plan you just came up with in your head.
Sad.
You got pretty close, but you don't think you would have actually gotten it. But so you're adventuring, trying to find a ship and a shield guardian. I mean, you are close to the shield guardian. You have found it, and I mean, if you go to the goblin camp, they did have the a necklace that did look very much like the guardian.
Oh, well then, that would seem to be the direction we're headed. I thank you greatly for the information.
It is
I'm
my pleasure.
I'm just kind of here on a school. She air quote. She actually does air quotes. A school trip. You see, I'm an artist, and I have been wandering around here just to, paint some lovely scenery. And
Dragonbait is looking directly at you. His face twisted in confusion, and you can smell brimstone. And artist will look right at you. Don't worry about the scent of brimstone. He is confused as to why you would come out here for one, probably what school is, and two, why you would come to Chult when it is very dangerous, especially in such trying times.
well, uh, you see, they really needed someone that can throw spells, and I can do quite the touch. She pulls out a paintbrush.
No doubt you can paint very well, madame, but I mean, you are wearing some heavy armor, so I suppose you. Frankly, ma'am, I am confused as why you are here. You are an artist, but you are equipped like you can march into battle. I just don't get it.
She's an artist by trade, a paladin by profession.
Now that I do understand.
She just prefers the artist side, though, so that's why she always introduces herself that way.
That is that is very interesting. You folks seem quite well.
Oh, just go ahead and say it. We're an odd assortment of a motley crew, a strange bunch. We know.
I was going to say quite kind folks for actually being out here in the jungle. But yes, odd is another way to put it.
I will take the compliment regardless,
I also handle the map.
such as it is.
Oh well, here let me mark and he'll mark the area. He'll mark the area. I already put the dot on the map where he points out to it.
Well, if you don't mind us staying here for a little while until the sun rises, and then we can be off and hopefully figure out why the dead are not dying.
Well, usually there's necromancers involved in regards for that. Are you here also investigating the curse?
Yes. Probably should have led with that.
Probably should have led with that, but eh, uh, some, sometimes you can't be too careful, and I apologize. But it is the principal reason why we are here.
Well, I am also slightly looking into this. My wife died a little while ago and been trying to find the lost city of Orolunga, where I believe an ancient guardian Naga will can guide me to wherever this is, so I can resurrect my beloved.
Orolunga, you say?
Yes.
Tigray pulls out a notebook and just starts writing that down. So it's like what? Oralunga.
Orolunga.
All right. Orolunga. All right. Hmm.
But yes,
Another.
Dragonbait and you are welcome to share camp with us for the night if you would like.
We appreciate the offer. Allow us to aid in the guard as well. Well, because certainly it's certainly more eyes are better than that.
Mm, I am a college star, so I should be able to keep eye out on. I should keep watch. I don't really need sleep.
You still need sleep. You just don't dream. I don't need sleep.
Yeah, the elf has the trance ability. Unless you were like a Warforged or that Shield Guardian, you wouldn't, or some other variety of construct or undead, you wouldn't need sleep. But
No, we should not need any watches for the night. You folks seem good in nature again. Um, I suppose I do not need to hide this. And he'll spend the next about 20-ish minutes or so holding out his hand, and as he's doing so, a wall of ice is just forming around the camp.
Oh,
An impressive ability.
It will be cold tonight. I do apologize, but to keep the wall of ice up in the area, I need it to be cold around us. So I suggest curling up next to the fire. And he holds his hand together, and you can actually feel the temperature rapidly drop until you can see your breath in the air. And it feels like now you are in the middle of winter.
Very powerful effect.
Well,
I'll be perfectly honest, I was not expecting to be anything other than sweating my absolute horns off.
It is nice to cool off in these times.
I certainly agree. Oh. Considering that there's probably not enough room, I shall forego my usual exercises of the evening, but... once again, I appreciate the sharing of the camp.
You are welcome, and he will actually spend a couple of extra moments into the wall, forming a little hut for himself. And he walks in and kind of throws like his cloak over the front of it to make it a closed off area. And he and Dragonbait go inside, and that's where they're sleeping for the night.
Well then, I would suggest we take advantage of this strange, the changes in the weather, and enjoy it. There was something about ice baths in the books I've read about boxing, or at the very least, physical training. I believe we shall take advantage of that in some regard, find a nice, happy medium between the walls and the fire, at least.
You do that. I'm going to chill next to the fire. Literally. Have fun, you guys, with metal armor and hope it doesn't stick to you.
I mean, they have to doff the armor anyway to sleep comfortably.
Yep. That's what I meant, because you have to grab the armor and take it off.
That is true. It is not winterized right now, so
If it's too cold, it sticks to you. If it's too hot, it sticks to you. Besides, I have a tunic beneath this thing anyway, so
you can't seem to win.
yes.
But Shanna, what are you doing for the night? Are you currently up next to the campfire? Are you doing anything particular?
I was going to think of absorb elements, but it's not an attack, so
Also, you'd only be able to take advantage of the thing for a single round.
yep.
And you'd have to keep redoing it every 6 seconds for your reaction.
Yeah.
You'd basically just spend
Waste
the
all
night.
my spells.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So you'd use all your spells in the first minute, and
Not even that. I think paladins have 3 spell slots.
Yep. Just
So
3.
it would be the first
15
18
seconds.
Yes. So you do nothing.
Bro,
She has a
what are you
school
doing?
uniform.
I suppose I shall work on the climbing things at Diggerymont.
Well, it's going to be a little bit hard to get your forge your everything kind of set up for yourself in this frozen area for yourself right now, but you can still get it going because there is the fire already in the area.
Yeah, she's gonna take the armor off. She's in her school uniform anyways.
Roll for your hand to stick to the armor on accident.
Don't lick it.
Should I? Just for the funsies?
What was that character?
What type of roll would that be?
I wisdoms. I would imagine that's what I rolled when I was thinking of breaking the branch. But But man, I don't even like A Christmas Story.
And
You did it.
You know not to lick cold metal.
I know about. She knew about that. Just taking off the armor.
Yeah, it would be probably wisdom to know where to grab your armor so your hand doesn't stick to it because it's too cold.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, she removes the armor.
So you are able to, Road, you're able to work on those. It's going to take you a couple of days really to make those. You kind of know that for yourself. Um, Especially since you do still need to get some sleep.
Mm.
Um,
Mhm.
but for the most part, the night goes. Actually, it goes incredibly uneventfully as you feel safe inside the wall. Um, the night, while cold, isn't bad. It's like I said, just cold. You are able to sleep very well for the most part, and find yourself awakening the next morning with actually Artis and Dragonbait already kind of cooking something that vaguely resembles gruel or some kind of oat in the pot from last night.
Ugh. Oh, well, good morning. I was half, I'll be honest, I was half expecting that there would be some rhyme-covered zombies at some point with this, but
Oh,
what?
no, luckily not too many zombies come around the cold, and the cold keeps away most of the dinosaurs as well too. It's walking during the day that kind of becomes the problem that we have to run into something.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, at least ways the lack of not needing the watchers on the wall is one thing. At any rate, I'll stop trying to make a Game of Thrones reference. It,
But help yourself to breakfast, friends, and feel free to rest up here. We will be heading out after not too long, and again, trying to find our way around.
yes. So we've and on that, you said that you said last night you were also kind of searching for that. The Naga city, was that the Orolunga?
Uh,
Was that
just because I believe that they can bring my beloved back.
hmm, right. Hmm. Well, uh, unfortunately, with the hospitality and aid that you have given us, it's unfortunate that I can't offer you any more insights as to that location.
I don't expect much in regards for that, but I appreciate the offer.
Yes, unfortunately, like Just taking a quick look through some of his notes. This is actually the first I've even heard of that.
Yeah, I'm
But-
kind of surprised because you would think that the people inside the port that we came from would know more about stuff like this than.
Well, at the same time, remember, our principal information was Volo, the single most. Oh crap, I lost the word that I was going to use sarcastically.
Yeah.
Yes,
Most reputable adventurer in the world.
Well, he is. Not many people would know this. They just may know of a uh, tales of the Naga there, the spirit that might be able to help some adventurers out, are usually the only thing that gets heard. Um, I would not expect anybody to have heard anything about Orlong. It's been lost many, many times.
Hmm. Such is the nature of jungles.
I did a really good portrait of that guy, Volo.
Oh,
Wonder how
yes, you
that
did.
painting is done.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. He's ostensibly an adventurer and author.
Everybody suddenly
Really,
has a strange feeling as you can hear some running in the distance, rapidly closing. I'm joking. I'm
if
just
I was, if if I like, if you had done that, I would have laughed so very hard.
Somebody hasn't heard of me.
Well, speak of the almost literal devil.
Only that one
Yeah, no.
time.
Only that one time. Was that was that time when you was or wasn't with the blue dragon, Volo?
It was a brass dragon that time. No,
Oh,
wait,
yes, the
silver.
blue one was. Oh yes, that's right. The blue
Silver.
one was when you left that entire clutch of of dragon bastards behind, wasn't it?
No, that was a red.
Oh, even more impressive.
Are you sure it wasn't a purple and it just looked like blue or red?
I
And in
don't
that
know.
case, was he sure it was a purple dragon or a purple worm?
Back on track here in regards to it.
Uh,
Oh, yep. Artist will say, you don't need to offer me anything in regards for the hospitality. I am just glad to be able to help you out. I do wish you best luck on your travels. Try not to get
I'm the
lost too
same.
much. And he will actually point you like that direction that he holds his dagger in his hand and you watch it kind of spin around for a second, then it points directly to the north. And then he points to the northeast. That is the direction you need to travel.
Oh, thank you again. Thank you again, artist. It has been very fortuitous for our meeting. I wish you the same luck in your travels,
May we
and
meet again
wish you all the
potentially.
best. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Dragonbait, it has been a pleasure making your acquaintance. And I apologize, but I will be making notes of this entire here encounter with you for posterity, as I'm sure my clan would love to know more about you and your kind.
You smell violets actually in the air. And Artis will kind of look at you with a little bit of concern. I may ask, friend, that you either not mention us at all or not mention our names.
insight check.
Go ahead.
All right. Just I know what I'm going to intend to do beyond it, but yeah, with the yeah. Uh, well, very well, if you insist. No, I shall strike that from the record. Though
Uh,
I will admit, though, with Sir Dragonbait, that I am curious about you and your kind, though.
if we ever get lucky enough and run into each other again after all of this and things become clearer, I will be more than happy to help and clear things up for you.
Very well. Another time, then, perhaps.
Yes.
But again, until then, good luck, safe travels, and I wish you all well.
Very well. And they'll pack the things stuff. He'll eat some little bit of breakfast, and obviously you guys probably will as well too. And after a little bit, he melts the walls to give you a clear path.
All right.
Shannon draws this symbol on her in front of her armor, and it starts thawing out.
I think it would just start thawing out.
Precipitation.
I
I think it would just start thawing out the moment you stepped out, because it's
Yeah.
still extremely humid in a jungle.
Mhm. I do
Mm,
appreciate the use of a hot spring symbol for that particular magic rune, though. That is a very nice. It's a good
Yes.
touch.
Just draws
Although-
a hot spring symbol.
Although you may want to delete it so we don't get
Yep.
Confused.
yes.
And I'm not sure where, but I swear you guys, this is out of character for you guys potentially, but you guys would have heard this guy's name.
I suppose then a history check from me.
Trying to see where it was.
Where?
Where it was in notes, because I swear I gave this guy to you.
There's that nat 20 in
I
the
would-
advantage side.
Hold on 1 second.
Is he a Baldur's Gate character?
No.
No.
I mean, it wouldn't be surprising to a particular extent, but we are basically on the exact opposite side of the world from Baldur's Gate. Admittedly, the short side, opposite side, but still, it's a very long way. Really, the Forgotten Realms, has anyone actually seen a full map of the Forgotten Realms? I have. The place is fucking enormous.
And most
Like,
of it is empty.
Yeah, mind-bogglingly enormous. Like, Thay is about as far east as anyone tends to get. And here's actually a fun little thing. Further east from Thay is actually this strange land that is actually... This is canon, by the way. Where a old RTS was set. A Dungeons and Dragons RTS game further east than Thay. I don't remember where.
I don't remember. I can't find the actual, altered the quest a little. Oh no, I remember. You had somebody approach you in the city, telling you to keep an eye out for artists. They wanted something of his.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
Huh.
You know, it makes an
Do you
amazing
remember?
amount of sense.
Do you remember who all was around when that was said? Because
I
I
think it was just Road and Diggory.
That makes
okay,
a lot of sense.
yeah.
An eye out for someone. If, huh. Well,
Looks
hey,
like Rote will have to steal something after all.
Yes.
Roach, $5. That guy wanted that person we were talking to wants that dagger.
Yeah, let's
No,
go.
they actually specifically said they were looking for him. He was wanted because of his ring.
Oh, I completely forgot about that.
I know it was in here somewhere. I'm trying to
Was it
find.
the Zentrum guys?
If it was, it would make the most sense. Like we didn't really talk to to many people beyond the Zentrum. I mean, we went. Let's see. We went to the thing that they had the guy. Yeah, the crafting god. The
Yeah.
crafting temple. Oh, the place with the orrery broke up a Zentrum raid on something or other.
Also, I did find the game that you were talking about.
Yeah, it's really old, it's really bad, and it's really far to the east.
Dungeons and Dragons Dragon Shard
Yep.
I
takes
know. I
place
swear
in
that somebody
Eberron.
put it in,
No, it's
not
not
in
Eberron.
notes, but in maybe in general. I'm trying to scroll back.
Yes, it literally says in the Wikipedia. It takes place in Eberron.
I'm more than certain what I'm talking about is not an Eberron, but all right, there's probably more than one game with RTS and D&D. Anywho, I'm just repeating what I saw on the YouTube thing every now. I go down rabbit holes every now and then, don't we all?
Mm-hmm.
Usually, see, that's me telling you what you guys found.
No.
Hmm.
Uh, I know I talked to you guys about it. I just don't remember where the note was for whoever wrote it down.
Fair enough.
Well, I looked through Memes' notes and it's not there. My notes also is not there. My notes are very small.
And I've got an actual
Wait.
notebook in front of me.
Oh, it was me. I just had. I put. I misspelled the guy's name. Uh, for artist climber to get an item. So I think it was just me.
I was doing my part. More important. Being more
That's
important
probably. It was, I think, just me at the time.
It's been a little bit, so I don't
It
remember
has.
off the top of my head. I can't even find the note, or did you write it down somewhere else? Did you?
I have it in the thing that just says DigiPichu notes, and all I have is I misspelled his name. I misspelled his name, and B, which is why I didn't 100% connect it. And B, all I had was get item.
Oh,
get items.
you would have been told
Get
that
item!
they were looking for a. Oh, it was the Zent. It was the Zentrum. They asked. Said one of them told you. I'm pretty sure more people were there in regard for that. That they were looking for the Ring of Winter.
The Ring of Winter.
Oh, so that would have been the ring he just used to make all the shit.
He has walked
Yeah.
off, and he's walked off a completely different direction than you guys were traveling into the jungle. It's not impossible
Well,
for you to follow him, but
I'm perfectly willing to leave it be.
yeah. And also, even though I have it in my notes, I know for a fact my character was not one of the ones that interacted with them because he passed by them once with Shauna, and then the second time we passed by them, he had already passed by them the first time, so we didn't give him any mind. It was Diggory and Rote and Osler that actually paid them any mind.
right.
I just put it in my notes that we needed an item from them.
Hmm.
But it's also the Centrum who were like, hey, if you could do it, do it. If you can't, well, we weren't expecting you to.
Yeah, no, I just you have heard his name before.
Yes.
That's all I was pointing out to you guys. But
Yep. Although
let's
I misspelled his name.
let's take, I'll say, 5 quick minutes since Meme stepped away. I'm gonna grab a
Yeah,
snack,
sure.
and then we
All right.
will continue on.
All right, cool.
We will be back in just a few moments, folks.
other people are back, but
We're back. I think everybody's back
Considering
here.
I never left.
Yep.
Meme said he's back. Digi, are you here?
Yep.
And I know that Kitsu is, and I know Chun is, so we're all here.
Hmm,
Am I here, though? Am I really here?
Are any of us really here? How do we know what here is? Where is here? Is here there?
Is there here?
Is it anywhere even?
All right, since you guys have been pointed in the direction that you need to travel, you guys will not need to make a roll for the day.
yay!
You will be just moving along, making your way
We'll
downtown,
be
walking
snuggling
fast.
around them.
Making your way downtown.
Tugging around the mountain.
So she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes.
But as the most of the day that you're traveling goes by pretty nicely. You can hear off in the distance some cracking, some nice large thunderous steps. Seems like you're walking maybe into kind of an area that has some heavy dinosaur activity, but you're not really seeing anything in front of you. By the way, this is I haven't had to ask this ever before, but I am asking this just because don't worry about it. What's everybody's passive perception?
Ah, yes, the single most don't worry about it question ever.
14.
12.
10.
13. I have a 13 in passive perception.
Ah.
Which makes sense.
Let me get back in as the DM
Kind
here
of.
because I kicked myself out somehow by hitting the wrong button.
That is
Yay.
always fun. I did that more
Yay,
than a
we
few
can
times
take
in Curse
over.
of Strahd.
We can take over. Chaos everywhere.
Cats and
Ah.
dogs living together, mass hysteria.
All of a sudden, the Hobbit.
So going down the order again? What's the order of passive perceptions or amounts? Starting with Digi, you're first.
12.
Chun,
10.
Kitsu,
13.
memes.
14.
This will be fun. You guys
Isn't it always?
You guys are traveling along, and I'm gonna set this up really quick before we do this. because
Ooh,
it's
let's
going
get
to
the
be
combat
fun.
music going. I've got a button for that.
What's funny is my passive insight is a 15.
What's the marching order for the group?
Uh,
Who's out front? Who would have been, even though you guys are getting guided, who would have been the guide for the day?
I suppose I would be, since I was the one talking with the guys so as much.
Okay, so Diggory's out in front. The rest of you are kind of falling behind.
Probably right. Probably holding up the back
Okay.
as second tank, just in case we.
Technically, we have 3 tanks.
Yeah.
3 of our 4 players are tanks.
This will be fun.
That says a lot.
I mean, it's not like I can't dish out a decent amount of damage. I start with D8s without weapons.
No true DPS classes.
Fighter's deep is the closest.
Yeah. I'm really more of an off tank. Paladins
Yeah.
are more on tanks.
And then there's me.
So as
Oh.
you are walking through the jungle, bursting out from all around you, all at the exact same time, is a pack of 9 velociraptors.
You're going to love this, actually. Not to necessarily take
boy.
anything out, but I've used this exact encounter as a first level encounter for a different D&D game.
Ooh, boy.
You guys are surprised, so they get a first round. We're still going to roll initiative, though.
Certainly.
So let me
Character
find
sheet.
The
Dun,
token.
dun, dun, da, da,
Click
na, 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 na,
initiative.
dun, 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 dun.
Need to delete everybody here first, and then add everybody else.
Select
Better keep my
token.
23.
Let
Add
me know.
turn. Add turn.
Oh!
Dun, dun,
Oh!
No.
dun,
Oh!
dun, 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 dun.
So damned close!
Sir,
I could have had a natural 20 on my frickin'
I did have a nat 20 on mine.
And
And I did all the right things but then Joe deleted it.
dun, 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 dun.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Add
Dun,
turn.
da, 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 da,
Add turn.
da.
Add
Dun,
turn.
da, 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 da,
Might as well
da,
just be a
da,
bard.
da, 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 da,
And
da,
so,
da.
a
Who,
bard.
you or me?
Yes.
I mean, with how often I sing on stream anyway, it would make sense.
Ah.
Oh, and here's that fun. That character I shared earlier. That character would technically be a bard in that instance.
Mhm.
I mean, that character also exists as two different kinds of warlocks and a cook. So
These guys are not getting very good initiative rolls. Luckily, they get a surprise round.
well, there's a 21.
There's one good one.
But yeah, I basically used this exact same setup for a bunch of first level players. It was like a fighter, a barbarian, and a bard at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like 5 velociraptors and a couple of kobolds.
Did they die?
Oh, the velociraptors and the kobolds definitely did. And then I used the dinosaurs existing north of Waterdeep as a plot hook.
All right. So let's sort this in order.
But arguably, the better first level encounter I used happened in the next session when we had another player join, and that's when I dropped a Nilbog on a first level party.
Ooh,
Ouch.
Oh, but it was hilarious. It was probably one of the best combats I think I've ever run, and I've scarred that new player for the rest of his life just by laughing.
All right, the first Velociraptor, seeing as they are just going for full out attack, rushes forward towards Diggory, and he attacks twice. First one, not a critical,
Uh,
for 8 damage,
yep, only one hit, so yeah.
and then
If that's how you're running it.
no, it's Bite Claw.
Okay, so yeah, only one hit because I have a 17 armor class.
Yep. So the 8 hits you.
Right. I need
It automatically rolls it with advantage in regards to that, so it's always the first number.
Sure.
It's Bite and then Claw.
All right.
Velociraptor number 2, also in the front, rushes towards Diggory and repeats the same thing. Bite, Claw. Gonna do a different order. Claw, Bite. Claw hits for 4.
That's 2 hits.
Misses with the Bite.
All right, so that's a total of 9. Oh, I'm in trouble already.
This Velociraptor rushes straight towards Dr. Gwenwyn. And we'll claw bite at Dr. Gwenwyn. Claw. That is a
Ooh,
nat
critical miss.
1.
Yay!
He cannot lose his weapon because it's attached to him, but some other shenaniganery can happen, so
His jaw
He
falls
falls on
off.
his face.
let us pull up. The critical fail table. Because it's not a funny session unless something hilarious happens. Roll 1d100. We get a 30.
He falls
He
flat.
Falls prone.
will fall prone. He jumps up at you, trying to claw at you, mistimes it and just flops onto his back as he's looking up at you, completely stunned at what happened.
Slip and die, GFI, slip and die.
He was just a space too far away.
All of a sudden, the crowd comes out of nowhere and starts
This
pummeling
It was a
him.
failed GFI, not a surf.
This Velociraptor rushes towards Rote and will claw bite.
I can't react. The only one that I could react is right next to me.
Oh my, again!
Yay, more failed GFIs!
Be right back, Beth.
Uh-oh.
Oh my! So he rushes up to you. Rote, you're not using a shield, are you?
I do.
Okay. So he rushes up to you, and at the last second, just before these claws come into you, see him, and you slam your shield into him. He gets knocked away, stumbling away 10 feet. You get an attack of opportunity against him.
And so would I. And so would the doc.
Well, it just says
good
opponent.
Lord.
It says opponent. It's the opponent that he was
Okay.
triggering. He was attacking.
All right, fair enough.
So let's see. We go to the critical hit table. 65 triple damage, and to make an additional attack with the same weapon. So roll your damage, and we triple it.
What a combination! like this is basically fuck this Velociraptor in particular.
So triple 6 is 18. Second attack misses, but he's dead anyway.
That Velociraptor's just pasted.
Blacked.
That poor guy.
God, I love this game when this happens at this time.
Hey, try to save the skulls. I've got an idea for them.
Well, let's remove that one from the initiative order. This is still a surprise. This is a surprise round, by the way. This is going amazing.
And that was certainly surprising.
This one from the behind will come up and run up and attack Shauna. Claw.
And
bite.
The second one does connect. The first one does not.
You take
16 armor.
You take 3 piercing damage. Another one comes up and runs up towards Shauna. And we'll repeat the same process. Claw. And bite. There it is again!
Dehedra, what is wrong with your dice?
It swung its claw, it missed, and then it tried to bite, but it swerved just really wrong.
It swerves so hard that it stumbles away. It basically turns itself, forcing itself to stumble back away 5 feet. You make an auto attack of opportunity that automatically hits. So you roll first just to see if you critical.
Okay.
Oh no!
Oh.
It's not a
No
critical,
crit.
but
No crit.
you automatically hit. So roll your damage. As it stumbles away from that, it exposes its head to you, and you bring your weapon down and cleave its head straight off. As its body drops and twitches there for a few moments.
Imagine if they didn't have surprise.
If they didn't have surprise, they might all be alive right now.
This one charges towards Dr. Gwendolyn. Because this worked out so well last time. But that was...
One more one. One more one.
Claw. Oh my god! I hate it, but I love it at the same time. These are the worst. These are the worst Velociraptors.
Are these Velociraptors just my skinks?
It is.
I don't have
That's
to
a drop
react.
weapon. That's a drop weapon. So I'm going to move that up to the next thing that I can. It drops prone. Again, it misjudges the attack for the claw.
What are these?
Flops down and lands on its back, just looking up in complete disbelief as to what happened.
So, fun fact: I used to have a kitty cat who would try to sidewind and miss entirely.
Perfect.
This one up here.
Oh, good.
No.
That's just what I need. Watch this one be a critical hit on me. I'm just gonna.
Not knowing better, even though what it was just one friend go, is going to run around and come in to attack Rote.
And succeed.
It wasn't a critical fail. They both missed.
No.
And last but not least, the one over here will charge at Shauna and attempt what its friend could not.
Maybe.
Claw. Not a nap, but that hits. And then the bite. Will not hit.
Yes. A hit.
And then we
hits.
are at the top of initiative with Dr. Gwenwyn, now out of the surprise round. Dr. Gwenwyn, you have
ones to act are the first ones to die.
Dr. Gwenwyn, you're up.
Check. That is a bonus action. Yeah, I'm going to do it because I don't like being next to things. I'm going to use one of my teleports.
Okay.
Teleport.
You're gonna force me to zoom my battle map out.
No. That's right there.
All right.
So I'm not next to something. And then...
But they could have reacted. Oh well.
Yes, but I'm... If I want to do any of my things, it's normally a ranged thing.
Yeah.
Which is at disadvantage when you're at point blank. Yeah. Shall do... They shall throw the dagger at... that one. That one.
All right. That hits.
Ba-doom. Right.
You take a nice big chunk out of the Velociraptor, and it looks actually a little bit concerned as it looks very wary right now.
And that's it.
This Velociraptor, which is the one that you hit. It's a beast by nature, so it doesn't know any better. It's going to go after the one that just attacked it. And step over here.
I am going to grab it by its tail.
Are you gonna make
Where'd it
it?
go? Here it.
Are you,
I'm absolutely gonna make that unarmed attack. 1 second here. Damn it. Oh, I suppose maybe.
17 hits.
All right. Whoop, wrong button. Stop. Clear.
I could just
Hit the attack.
imagine that from the raptor.
12 points of damage.
You grab it by its tail, lift it up, and smack it into the ground as you turn it into jelly, basically.
Actually, what I was going to do was I grab it by its tail, pull it back, grab its neck, and just snap it. I want that skull.
Oh, you dealt more. You dealt double its HP, current HP total right now.
Yeah, fair enough.
More than that, actually.
I still want the skull.
You will save
Anywho.
the skull. It is very well dead.
Fair enough. All right. So yeah, it's gone. Meaning,
It's a rote. You're up.
Let's see.
you gotta love it. It failed its dodge roll to get away from me. This is just a game of Blood Bowl now.
Oh, can you
I'll be using that on myself and just striking one of them on the ground.
Which one on the ground?
Let's go on the one on the left.
Okay. You have advantage to hit. You miss. Anything else with your turn?
Nope.
This one is still going to focus on Diggory. And will claw bite.
Both hit for 11. Oh, good. Hang on a second. I need to check something.
Will you survive? Well, hopefully.
The answer may surprise you.
You stick at 1.
Are you down?
I am unconscious.
Boop. You will watch as this little creature leaps up and digs its claws into the side of Diggory and takes a nice little bite towards his neck, and he drops to the ground. The thing poises over him like it's getting ready to start eating away at him. Diggory, death save.
Hang on. Come on, roll a damn dice, you frickin' D. Okay, fine, whatever. I'll just roll a D20 anyway.
Hey,
Natural 20.
And you're right back up.
Nice. That's like 1 HP.
You are back up with 1 HP, yes. You are prone, but you are awake with 1 HP. As you are watching this thing poise over you, getting ready to strike.
All right. Well, since that was my act, that was basically my turn. So, yeah.
This one will stand up. And then take a bite and claw at Rote. Here we go again.
Oh, you gotta love that you rolled a nat 1 and a 20 on the same roll.
Too bad it's not with advantage.
You're right, but it's still hilarious.
57. What do we have here?
Fall prone and drop weapon 30.
So he just falls prone again. So he gets up, swings his claws at you, which I'm guessing misses, and then goes for a biting attack, which he just completely whiffs, and he ends up flopping himself back onto his back.
He rolled both down into block.
And his armor held. His armor held.
His armor held. It's,
The next one is
oh,
going after Shauna here.
we play far too much Blood Bowl.
Claw and bite.
Meet and hit.
So only 4, 4 and 7. So 7 total.
Mhm.
The other one that fell to the ground will get back up. And seeing that it had no
Will
clue.
it fail its dodge roll?
And seeing as it had no clue what happened to its friend, will claw and bite back at Rote.
Both miss.
Alright, so at least it stays up this time. This one here will continue to attack Rote, actually, too. Because that's the one that he was focused on before. Claw. Bite.
Bite hits.
Alright, so you take 5 damage. And then we have the last one down here.
Why a Constitution roll?
Concentration.
Concentration.
Oh, okay.
You lose Searing Smite.
I forgot about that. I used concentration so very little. Well, no, I say that. The only person who was using concentration in Curse of Strahd was Digi, and I could never get close enough to break it.
This Velociraptor will be going after Shauna. So claw. Bite.
Claw misses. Bite hits. Darn you.
You did get close enough to break my concentration at least once.
But I never did break the concentration.
No, it was Strahd nuking me in the face.
Well, that's also true.
Shauna, you're up.
Read that sprite. Yeah. I'm down to 8. Yay.
You're fine.
I'm the one that was knocked unconscious.
Yeah, you're both fine.
Only chromatic orb would actually work as it's supposed to be.
That's only in the effect in Baldur's Gate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, see, this is where something like it's not Thunderstep, Thunder Wave would be amazing.
Granted, in Shauna's position, Thunderstep also would be.
Also
Mhm.
true, but
I don't have the ability to deal with AoEs.
Just take them out one at a time.
I don't have the help to be able to do that. But I will do it. Because
you do realize we're back at the top of the order after you, so there's still the Doc and Rote able to do more stuff.
yep. I will attack. Mm. Mm.
There are 2 that only can attack you. The other 2 can get attacked by other people.
Mm-hmm. That's fun.
Okay.
Why, oh why is my scroll wheel not working?
And boom.
Because it doesn't like you.
And that does not work.
No,
Or does it?
it does not.
No.
No, it's just not working. No, it's working. It's just not working on my character sheet.
Actually,
Anything else that you have that you're doing, Shauna?
Divine Smite would have been.
You have to hit.
Would have to hit, yes. I'm trying to figure out what I have that could actually reroll, but I don't think I have any rerolls in this.
Do you have inspiration? I think everybody still has inspiration.
That is true. Then inspiration, go.
Okay, roll it again. Yeah,
You did it.
This is feeling like a Blood Bowl game again.
Yep. It's a push into a push.
You will miss your swing at the Velociraptor. It is just a little bit too agile bouncing around for you. Dr. Gwenwyn, it is your turn.
It's why skinks have dodge.
Yep. Mm,
I should have used Wrathful Nature's Wrath.
so gonna. Yeah, that one seems more fun. Definitely. Going to cast Ray of Sickness on this one.
Okay.
Ka-chow.
That will hit. Needs to roll a Constitution save.
Chill.
It fails its Constitution save. And takes 6. It is looking very sick. But it is still standing.
Now it has disadvantage on attack rolls.
Oh, no.
More chances for it to roll a 1. And that'll be it.
All right. Rote.
I'll be casting this on myself.
Okay.
I'm just striking the one on the floor.
You have advantage. A 13 hits. That is their exact AC. And you give it a good walloping. You feel bones break as your mace crashes into this thing. It is
No,
still
the
alive, but it is definitely very, very, very worse for wear. Anything else with your turn, Rote?
Nope.
So anyway, the one that's on top of Diggory.
Gee, I wonder what he's going to do.
Oh, seeing as you opened your eyes and he didn't get to feast, he gets advantage on you because you are prone. So claw first.
Oh, cool! I wake up just in time to watch my face get eaten. Let's see. So that's
I'm
6.
alive. Oh no.
Yeah, I am unconscious again.
Yep, and you will take 1 death fail because it will start eating you.
You're fine.
And its bite attack cannot miss now that you are unconscious, so... You're at 1 death save, and it is your turn, Diggory, so roll your death save.
Oh, here we go again.
Nat 20 again gets struck back up.
I wish. Nope, it's a 9.
Nope, that's a second failed death save.
And it's the chain.
Oh.
Now all of the raptors go.
Yep. So next is the down one who will stand. I know he's the beast, but he is smart enough to realize he's fucked. He's going to try to run away. Ro, would you like to take an attack of opportunity?
Yep.
Okay. You will hit.
I will also.
If it's not dead.
It's dead.
Then never mind.
That's why I only went down in order for both of you. Oop. Next is this one with disadvantage to attack Shauna. No, actually, it is smart. It is still a beast, but it is not smart enough. It knows it's fucked as well, too. Especially since it feels sick. It's going to try and run away. Shauna, would you like attack for opportunity?
Mm-hmm.
Swing away.
That's
will,
better.
That will hit.
Swing away, Meryl.
And you cleave this one in twain as it dies. This one here, currently fighting against Rote, will still do so. This one actually has pack tactics active. I forgot about that. So he has advantage. So claws against. So that's the 22. And then the bite, a 23.
Both those hit, and I'm down.
You're fine.
Next is this one who, seeing as Road has gone down, is going to find another target because this one is kind of snapping at it to claim. You don't need to roll your death save until it's your turn. So that doesn't count.
Yeah, that one's not attacking you.
This one is going to go around 5, 10, 15, 20, over to Dr. Glenwyn. And it shall claw
That misses.
and then bite.
That's a 1.
You jam the potion of petrification in its mouth, and
24, which is that weapon. So yeah, so it falls prone. So I think these velociraptors may just want to run away now. Last one is this one, and time for a roll behind the scenes. Oh yeah. Shauna, you will hear this thing eke out some chirping noises, kind of like that signaling to the other velociraptors, and it starts running away.
Shoot. No attack of opportunity.
Yeah, you already used your.
You use your reaction on the other
Mhm.
one,
Mhm.
and it is taking the double. It is taking the dash action, and this one runs away into the forest.
It called for friends.
Shauna, your turn.
Oh, gotta save or try to save everyone.
No, they're fine. They got this. They're only mildly bleeding out.
Would it be at disadvantage to use spells?
If it's a ranged spell, yes. Most of paladin ones are not, though.
If it's a ranged spell and you're particularly attacking this one, yes.
But most paladin ones are not. If you're using one of your smites.
Well, let's do a Wrathful Smite.
All right.
Then, on the one attacking the rat.
So you still need to attack it to hit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so next time you hit with a melee, yeah, I should have casted
So-
it first.
Okay, so you're casting Wrathful Smite now, and then you're attacking.
Mm-hmm.
So you do your attack.
Why do I get this distinct impression that my battle music is not coming through my stream?
And
Give me a
I
second.
miss. Anyways.
You don't lose Wrathful Smite, it just doesn't do anything. Now you have that as concentration.
Mm-hmm.
That is a no for the music.
Damn it. All right, well, if that you're not hearing it, I don't need to be hearing it in my ears, so
Dr. Gwenwyn, your turn.
I'll fix that later.
Okay. I have a slight rules question.
Yes.
I know because I knew in Chun's game, you could not cast 2-leveled spells in a turn, even if one of them was a bonus action and the other one was an action.
If one says it's a bonus action, you can cast both.
So, okay. So I'm going to move here
Okay.
and cast onto Rote. Onto Rote, Healing Word.
You will wake Rote up with beginning 8 health.
And
Rote. I love how on my dice log it says Rote rolled 8 healing word damage.
and onto Diggory, cast Cure Wounds.
And you will wake him
Okay.
up.
I'll take 11.
They are both prone.
And that is it.
All right. Rote, you are suddenly woken up. You see a creepy velociraptor kind of staring you in the face as it was. Looks like it was getting ready to go ahead and just bite at you, but it is your turn.
I stand up and then I just Searing Smite it.
Okay. You will connect with the Searing Smite. 5 damage plus.
All of that.
Yep, it's dead. The rest of the group can smell roast velociraptor. This one that was munching on Diggory, hearing its friends call to disengage from the area, will start running away, going 1. Over to here, Dr. Gwenwyn.
Oh no, you don't.
You are prone.
I still have I still have an attack of opportunity.
You do, yes. So here
So
first,
you do. Yep.
you're just at a disadvantage for attacking from prone.
Well, that doesn't help if I
Barely.
just barely miss it.
Oop, it escapes by the skin of its feet. To move out of here, Dr. Gwenwyn, would you like to attack of opportunity?
Yes, and I miss.
So that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It will take the dash action and disappear into the forest. Diggory, your turn.
Diggory is going to stand up, watching the guy that munched on his face get away. He's going to turn over to the last guy, take a step forward. You'll notice that his eyes are just like blood red.
I'm not sure how much is blood and how much is actually him being mad.
His blood and bloodlust. Yeah, it's hard to tell. But when you watch, Diggory says nothing, reaches down, will use his unarmed attack, but I'm flavoring it differently here. If that's okay.
That's fine.
Please.
Critical hit. Nat 20.
I
Roll me that 1d100, please.
Roll me that beautiful bean footage.
A 10. That is max damage, plus you make an additional attack with the same weapon. So what's your max damage?
My max damage is far more than the max health of a Velociraptor. It is 14.
Okay. I still want to see how badly this gets, so make your additional attack. With advantage, that's still a 23.
Well, it's 23, okay.
So not...
So that's... Does that still get the double or the max damage on that?
No, that only affects the first one.
Alright, so 14 plus another 13 for a total of 27 damage as I pick up the Velociraptor, pull it up to my face, stare it in its eyes, shake it violently, and just bite into its neck, tearing its head off.
So with that amount of damage that you just did to it, in your bloodlust, you end up squeezing the body together. And while you think you're going just for the neck, you end up kind of like crunching the whole head in your mouth.
I can't have your skull, neither can you!
And with that, even though there is the sound of the Velociraptor chirping off in the distance, it is quiet in the jungle again.
Diggory is just going to slowly savor the meat, blood, and brain matter, crunching the skull. You hear him very violently swallow the whole thing eventually. Sorry about that. Minotaurs are naturally carnivorous, didn't you know? No, I'm not making that up. They actually are known for eating meat.
So, what is the group going to be doing now?
I wasn't kidding when I wanted those skulls.
You can take some time and you can get the skulls out. They're not exactly hard to take out, but it's going to take you a few days to kind of dry it out and clear everything up.
Oh, that's perfectly usable. We can just hang them on my bag as they dry. So, anyone else?
No. I'm good.
There's really no loot around here from these guys in regards to that, so let's go back to the map.
And now might be a good time to point out we've been going for 3 hours.
Yep. Did you guys want to stop, or do you want to go on for a little bit longer?
I'm good to keep going.
Fine.
Yeah, sure.
Don't mind about me.
Go for about an extra hour?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I mean, it's been a while since we've done this. We may as well give whatever viewers we have a bit more.
All right. So, that is actually the end of the day as from the battle. They attacked you just as it was getting really dark. Got a nice little ambush on you. Does the group want to try and push on a little bit more, or do you guys want to make camp?
I mean, I'm good to keep going, but I'm not sure about the other three.
Ugh. We should probably make camp.
Yeah, camp it is.
All
All
right.
right. You guys set up your camp, and it's a bit of a restless night as you can hear the sounds of something, whoever is on watch at any kind of time, stalking around the outside of your camp. Nothing approaches or gets close to you guys, but it is not looking the greatest for you. You guys still get restful sleep, but you guys are roughly it is a little bit still of a rough night for you. Um the next day will dawn, and while you were pointed in the right direction, it has been a full day since you were pointed that way, and then you did sleep. The jungle is a little bit off. I need somebody, whoever's the guide for the day, to roll survival with a +5.
All right. So a total of 18, I guess.
Okay? That is enough to know that you guys are still headed in the right direction.
All right.
And now it's time for a second Velociraptor attack. It was calling for friends.
Only this time, there is also an Allosaurus.
And they all want Minotaur meat.
Oh, come and get it. I'll make them pay dearly for it.
Hold on 1 second.
It's the quiet that doesn't end. It just goes on, my friend. And so this jackass sings just to fill a silent space. He doesn't know what he's doing, so he'll shut his face. But that's only if you were lucky.
Boop.
And it
Boop.
just makes
Boop.
the silence
Boop. Boop.
after it all the more thunderous.
Boop. Let's see. Let's reset this.
Yeah, he's just booping and bopping everything. It's gotta be more dinosaurs. We're gonna have
Uh, This one. Before we do this next encounter here and actually start it out here for it, make sure that your healths on the next ones are up to snuff.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to grab the tokens here.
You mean that we did the long rest and such?
That and that you're at the right HP and everything.
Yes. I had such a hard time calculating how much HP I should have. It was so difficult. I don't think the math worked out.
Yeah.
I took 0, and then I had to add 0.
Well, I mostly meant that you are at the right, the right total HP.
Yes.
What's everybody's passive perception again?
10.
12.
14.
Cool. Wrote. As you are traveling, most of the morning goes by very uneventfully. It gets to about midday when you notice 3 creatures launching out of the tree at the group.
Oh, no.
Everybody else will be at a surprise round. You will get to act normally the first round.
Boy, this is a familiar sight.
Hold on, before you roll, go ahead and roll your initiatives.
Welcome to our reindeer games. That's what I expected. At least I'm not going super last.
All right. Dr. Gwenwyn is surprised. This creature, coils back from the ground and launches itself at evens or degree odds are Dr. Gwenwyn.
Cooley.
It launches itself from the spot, end up here, and attacks with a bite at Dr. Gwenwyn with advantage.
Oh, fun.
And that will hit with, it is 46 plus 2 damage. For 19
Ow.
points of damage. And was everybody max HP the right ones?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So Shauna is surprised. Rote, you are not surprised though. You get to act.
Yeah, I have 28 max HP. It's just not showing.
Okay. That's what I need to know.
Let's see.
There we go.
Thank you.
I think I can move all the way around it, like here.
Yes, you can. As long as you do not leave any of its threatened spaces, yes, you can without provoking attack of opportunity.
All right, Diggory, let's try and survive this.
Yes, I gotta pay the jungle back for yesterday.
Alright, so that's your move and action. You still have a bonus action right now. Anything else for your route?
Go with the
1 AC, so I got 18.
Unassuming Smite on Diggory.
Resistance to damage.
And Searing Smite on Diggory. Okay, so Searing Smite will be...
Why are you searing smiting me?
He's casting it on you. You get Searing
Oh.
Smite.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Diggory is flat-footed. This one...
Well, you don't need to rub it in. I have hooves. They're supposed to be so.
This one is going to spring itself at Diggory. So this attack gets advantage.
10 misses.
It will miss. And the last one, seeing as there is only one person left that I can do, that fur will spring forward to land here and attack against Shauna. Attack will get advantage
Uh-oh.
for a critical.
Yes, it does.
Man, this is the dice have been diced today, haven't they?
So 15. I hit the wrong button again. So that is 30 hit points to Shauna.
30.
It's double the damage. Oh, it's double the damage dice rolled. So hold on. So I need to roll 4 more d6. So 15, 27 damage to you.
Well, guess who's at 1?
1 HP in a dream.
No, don't worry. I was at that point, at that place for pretty much the entirety of last combat, so...
Dr. Gwenwyn, you are no longer caught flat-footed.
Yep. Uh, I going to use my teleport and pop right, yeah,
Okay.
and uh, going to bonus action cast healing word on Shauna.
Isn't your step a bonus action?
Wait, I'll use my actually then cancel that one. Screw that. I'm going to just cast Cure Wounds on her.
Okay.
So much better.
So she will heal 9.
Yep. That way she's not exactly on death's door. And that is my full thing.
All right. Well, seeing as its primary target left, it is going to turn to Rote and attempt to bite you. And it will fail to do so with the 10. Shauna, you are up.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna make you roll. I am channeling divinity of nature's wrath.
Okay.
As an action,
Cause spectral vines to spring up and reach out to creatures within 10 feet of you that you can see. The creature must succeed on a strength or dexterity saving throw. Its choice will be restrained. Okay. What's the DC?
a DC of. Look at how that goes.
It's your spell DC.
It's my spell DC.
Yep.
Mhm.
A 13 is a save DC.
It fails.
2 11s.
So it is restrained.
And that was my action.
Okay. You still have a bonus action and your move if you want to.
I. Let's see, what would be my only bonus action I have would be a smite, and yeah.
Okay. You're not really able to smite right now.
Actually, yeah, I could activate a wrathful smite.
You could set it up for yourself for the future, yeah. So
Yeah, I'll do that.
okay. So you cast Wrathless Smite. Are you staying there still?
Mm, Yeah, I will.
Okay. Rote. Your turn.
I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on Diggory.
Okay.
Okay, my AC is now 20.
And then I'll just smack the thing in front of me.
A 14 hits at its exact armor class.
All right. That means all I got to do is roll a 7 up. Fortunately, since we don't have to worry about d6s for attack rolls or blocks, it's actually a doable roll.
So I prefer Sprite.
I mean, so do I. Yeah, but
All right. Anything else for you, Rote?
No, that'll be all.
oh man, has anybody had that Sprite lemonade flavor that they had this last year? Oh, that was so good.
I have not. No.
All right.
Dicker, you're good. Your go.
All right. Well, with my 20 AC and the plus for the smite, which is going to be like another 8 damage on a hit. All right. Going to wind up on this. I'm going to wind up on the Jakuli that Rote has been hitting.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20 will hit.
For 9 plus 8, so 17 bludgeoning and fire damage.
It will die. As you punch it in the
And
face and its skull caves in and then it bursts on fire from your smite.
bonus action swinging the other way around to do the same thing.
Okay.
Much better, 22.
22 will hit. Don't think you get the Wrathless Smite because it's only on your next attack.
Right, I'm not giving it the plus 8,
Right.
but it will be another 8 bludgeoning damage straight to this other thing's skull.
Yep. And as you wind up and smack it basically right in the face, it kind of wobbles there for a second, staring at you. You kind of watch it shake its head as it shakes off of the punch. It's still standing, but it is not having a good day.
Standing such as a giant snake can be.
You're right.
And it's like, nothing personal, Slithers. I've got a lot of pent-up frustration to work out.
The Jakuli will try and retaliate and bite at you. With the 14.
Well, good job. It's not advantage, because, yeah. Does not hit.
Well, the Jakuli down here will spend its action because it does not like the fact that it is trapped right now, freaking out. It will attempt a duck save to get out. It needs to beat a 13, you said your DC was?
Yes, a 13.
Roll it. It will get out. It is no longer pinned, but that is its action. So it is going to sit there staring at you awkwardly right now as not much else it can do. Dr. Gwenwyn, your turn.
Okay.
If civilization.
Excuse me?
My phone
What?
randomly decided to start playing a video.
Ah, okay.
It provides it.
I'll
That's what I
cast
heard.
Ray of Sickness at this one.
Okay.
Cast.
A 22 will hit. It takes 11 poison damage.
And it is poisoned.
Assuming the
It can-
Constitution save fails.
Yep.
And its con save. It fails, so it is poisoned. That Jakuli is dead. Shauna, your turn.
Now, let's try and actually hit something for once. Unless I swap from my great sword to a spear and shield. But for right now, great sword.
A 17 will hit.
17.
And don't forget, you have Wrathful Smite up.
Mm-hmm. But 15 on damage, and that's a 17.
You line up your swing, your sword blazing with your wrath. Swing it across and basically cleave the thing almost perfectly in two as it bursts into flame from your hit. The thing
Eh,
dropping in two distinct pieces, slightly on fire.
I realized
Ow.
what my mistake was with my music.
Okay.
Anything else you were doing, Trishana?
I was gonna probably move up, but I think they're okay with it.
Oh, you can still move. It's still technically your action.
Was just gonna move right there.
Okay. Now it is Rote's turn.
Let's see. I'm just going to cast Guiding Bolt at level 2.
Okay. A 15 will hit, and for 20 radiant damage, you will watch the thing get hit with your guiding bolt, and it erupts in holy flame and dies.
I am 100% sketching these.
What's left of them, anyways?
Well, the one that you killed, certainly. The one, well, I suppose that one got, the fire also burnt its head, so I guess I'll go over and just sketch the one that Shauna killed.
That also burst into flames.
God dang it. Why do we have to be so proficient with fire? Come on, save some corpses for study. Yeah, whatever.
And from there, we will move back to the world map. As. Why is that thing up? There we go. As you continue on for a majority part of the day, the you move forward, continuing on, and find yourself traveling deeper and deeper, getting closer. You can hear off in the not too far off in the distance a little bit of celebrating as the night starts to set in. Can't exactly tell what it is,
In the better
but
part of a week. If that's still the same party, they certainly like to.
but it's it's getting definitely closer as you're traveling along. As you're walking along, you stumble upon essentially what is kind of a very rough-hewn path that seems to be traveling in the going in the direction that you are traveling. Although, as you begin onto it, you travel along just a little bit and find yourself with the path going between the two trees. Hanging from one of the trees um, is a headless humanoid that's hung upside down from one of the trees with 6 spears thrust symmetrically through the body. Um, Judging by the robes, it looks like it may have been a red wizard.
I suspect we found the wizard that had the shield guardian.
Potentially.
Alright, well, do we continue on? Do we make camp?
Are we sure? Should we?
Probably make camp.
Yeah.
It is getting
Make
dark.
camp.
Very well. We'll take on whatever it is in front of us tomorrow then.
You set up camp, and the sound of celebrations eventually starts to die down off in the distance, but it takes a long time
Okay.
into the night. Until eventually it does eventually die down and you get a good night's rest. In the morning,
We are surrounded.
you find yourself ready to travel. Now, here's the question I do have to ask you for this. Are you going to stay on the path? Or are you going to go ahead and travel off the beaten path and go that way? As one, you won't have to roll your survival check. You can follow the path. The other one, if you're trying to still stay in the same direction, you may get turned around and you will need to roll survival.
I'd almost not want to risk the getting lost. That's the question. Walk in directly into it and be seen first.
Well, we saw how well we were sneaking earlier, so may as well just
Yeah,
walk into danger knowingly.
all right, like me in a china shop. That was a great day. All right. The path then it is.
I have decided to change my weaponry.
So you guys will approach, going along the village, going along the path. Traveling along for a little while. Everybody roll me perception.
Okay, it's only
Perception.
slightly better than my natural.
Nice.
Nothing higher than a 12.
Luckily for you guys, you hear rustling all around you.
Yay.
Well, we weren't exactly
Another
trying to
ambush.
hide.
Um, and as you are getting closer, you can hear activity going on in the not too far ahead of you. It seems people have, well, at least taken notice of you already, and as you get closer and closer, um, whoever has a, I'm just gonna straight up tell you, whoever has a passive perception greater than 13,
I.
um, you will notice that along the ground,
Or I meet 13 with a perception.
meeting or meet or beat 13,
Mm-hmm.
you guys will notice that the there are tripwires all and kind of scattered along the um ground in the path and even out into the forest a little bit. Seems like these goblins are very kind of wary. Eventually you find yourself kind of along the outside of outside of a odd looking village.
Hey, graphic performance notification. Huzzah!
You can see a few goblins milling about. There is actually quite a bit of goblins in the area. They aren't attacking you. Each of them is wearing a stylized wooden mask. Um, that's stylized in the shape of an ant, actually. Um,
Hmm.
as you are kind of looking around the village, a few things that you can kind of definitively make out is at a couple of points around the area, there is a couple of rather large ant hills, um, about 8 feet across, 10 feet across, 8 feet tall, that goblins are attending. They're kind of raising them and doing everything kind of nice. Off in the distance, you can see a rather large building with a fire next to it that seems to be um, that goblins are bringing things in, kind of getting things out of there. A few goblins are off by the river fishing, it looks like. And the most strangest thing that you can really see is there is a rather large, big tree right about here that is bent over with a rope that is attached to all of the points down at around the more central part of the village that most of the goblins are huddled in around. And there are ropes going from that down to the bottom with a goblin standing very near the tree, um, as if he's about ready to grab what looks to be a loose knot along the side of it.
What did we stumble in? A bug's life?
Certainly an ant farm, if nothing else.
I had to go there. I really did have to go there.
Well, it was either a bug's life or ants.
But a couple of goblins will. You will also see, while there looks like to be a decent amount, there's still actually a few good amount of young goblins in the area that seem to be running around. A few of them take notice, kind of run up to you, kind of look at you very cautiously, and then run back towards the covered area of the ground. Nobody seems to be hostile towards you, though.
Do goblins speak common?
Closest might be undercommon, but that's not likely either.
I can speak Goblin, you know.
Well then, it seems that you're the face today, Wrote.
Fine.
Have fun.
You will also notice and know these are not your canoes. There are some very crudely built canoes that are sitting kind of near a small little watering hole or small lake.
That's at least ways promising.
Feel free to mill about the map.
Eh. Well, let's see. Well, I guess Diggory is going to do his Diggory.
Okay.
Gonna take a few steps forward into the village, pull out a notebook, start making notes, sketching, figuring it, and see just general observations as to this goblin culture. Tentatively calling them the ant farmer tribe.
Do I have a handout for this? Not really. No. Okay.
Well, let's go, I guess. This is very interesting.
To kind of to show you this here. This is, well, they're not all their masks are like this. They look more or less like this.
Hmm.
But they, they seem to be a civilized bunch. Never
Far
heard
as
of them.
goblins, civilized as far as goblins go, anyway. At least ways don't seem to be immediately hostile, which is immediately a benefit.
One goblin will kind of run up towards the group, stop a little bit of ways, and in goblin simply ask, "What are you doing here?"
Uh,
We travel here, looking for special lost item. Not no village here.
No item.
The shield guardian was it right?
mhm.
Yeah, it's a shield guardian. Yeah.
Thing called shield guardian. Big lost a little while ago. Do you know anything about of it?
What's a shield guardian?
the shield gun is like a big golem thing, right? Or am I mistaken about something?
Nope, you're correct. A shield guardian is a large magical construct, similar to a golem anyway. Yeah,
Big shiny rock metal man thing. 2 legs, walks around, maybe dead. Don't know.
Shauna slowly walks up and pulls out a painting of the shield guardian. That she called the Diggory investigation. This is. She tries her best. This is what we are looking for.
No, God, God, God! Not here! Back that way! Neutral in neutral ground for us. We no fight grungs or pygmies there.
Okay.
Excellent. Can you give me more detailed directions to it? And
You guys already know where the...
Yeah, we
Pretty
know
sure
about
we know where it is. We've been there.
We know about it, but
yeah, thank you very much. Very well, I guess.
we're looking for an amulet.
It looks up at
Oh,
you
sorry.
confused.
Points to her amulet that she's wearing. We're looking for one of these.
He looks at you confused, pulls out a bag and offers it to you.
I
Uh-oh.
backs away.
It looks extra confused right now. And Ro, you can understand what it says. I thought you wanted to trade for shiny. I give you lots of ants.
Neat.
So what's the amulet we're looking for again?
It is basically a control amulet for the shield guardian. It would be stylized similar to runes and etchings upon the construct itself. But yeah, that's about the long and short of it.
And she
You
wants to know if there's a similar item that you have or know of. It's related to your god.
Talk to Queen. Queen has something like that.
Maybe talk to Queen.
Also, tell him that Sora is not for sale. That's
Well, I mean,
the name of her amulet.
Oh, interesting.
Rod will sell it if he makes a good enough offer.
I give you one bag of ants.
There we go. Can we talk to Queen?
He points to this tent over there, and then runs back over and stands in front of it.
Yeah, fellas. The Queen knows where the amulet is or has it, and he gave me directions to the golem who got it. Calls it. So let's go talk to the Queen, I guess.
Yeah, very well.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Sora.
I
Didn't
follow
mean
Rote.
to.
1 second. Boop. Boop.
You try to.
Boop.
Can't quite get a good picture for the shadows. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
As you are approaching, is there a freaking picture for her of this?
And if you don't have one, I'm sure I could find one. I mean, I doubt Twitch would appreciate it, but yeah.
She is.
And if worse comes to worse, you can just resize the token.
Yeah. Oh, grab stab. Okay. She is sitting on top of a small little platform. And as you are approaching the hut, um, you can hear some bickering going on inside. Um, Wrote, since you're the only one that actually speaks Goblin, you can understand that they are bickering basically over what's going to be for dinner. Is it going to be fish or is it going to be meat again? And they don't seem to really like. Yeah, there's a couple kids around there. There's 4 other goblins, and one attendant who is wearing around a neck a old, very rustic looking key over around its neck. The queen
Yeah.
around her neck is wearing a very large medallion that is bronze and adamantine in nature, with the very clear words right across in the middle, Vorn, written etched into it.
That's it. I whispered a wrote. That 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 bronze medallion is what we're after.
The the Goblin Queen looks at you, looks at Rote, looks at each of you, gives a creepy kind of half smile, or it's a full smile for her, but you can't really tell if she's about to ready to attack you, or if she is going to start just freaking out and going into a berserk rage. You're really, really not sure with how her face is. But she will motion you forward and says, welcome to the village."
Thank you very welcome, Queen. Uh, we were we are disciples of the god, and were wondering if you could lend us the amulet for a time as we make a holy pilgrimage.
Why, why need my shiny?
You see, it is a possession of the god, and he has blessed you with its caretaking, and we would like to offer it to him and have him bless it and return it to you.
Not do anything with God. Found on body a long time ago. Passed down from me. You want, you buy.
Hmm, this can be arranged. Um, Give me 1 second to look through what we have. Um, we have a alchemy jug, right?
Do you do, in
Bring that
fact, have an alchemy jug? Yes.
attempt to bribe her with 50 pounds of mayonnaise.
I mean, they are goblins. Let's see, we have beer, honey, mayonnaise, or wine.
How? Why did it get through the sense? Why did it get through the guys to have it be mayonnaise that they said you could get through? It was like mayonnaise of all things.
Why not?
I'm not going to argue about the why not, but it just seems so strange. And you could make any other liquid of equally good use. It's like, I don't know, olive oil, axle grease, napalm.
Too useful.
But no, mayonnaise.
What you offering?
If I would just give the alchemy drug in exchange for the amulet, guys.
Sure.
Hmm.
Let's think about it though.
Perhaps we might be able.
You guys could
we
use
might-
the 50 pounds of mayonnaise.
As much as I am not against the idea in sense, the alchemy jug is a fairly decent survival tool because we don't need to keep water on us at least.
True.
He says as he's holding all the rain catchers.
I can make water, you know.
Also true. Very well. If that's the one of the better options we have.
Take a few moments to go ahead and see what you remember what you guys have and see what you want to trade.
Yeah, we had a bunch of magic items, didn't we? Where were they listed again?
I
Well,
have
there is
a piece of broken crown
Is anybody using the periapt of health?
and a shiny shell.
No. No.
I know the bag of devouring.
That actually would be a thing that would be hilarious to give them.
Yeah, but that might be the amulet.
Well, we could say that their thing is inside the bag.
Yeah, but if the queen reaches inside the bag, the queen gets eaten, so too does the amulet, and we can't get the amulet back as easily.
That's why we have someone else reach inside.
And then they get eaten, and then suddenly we have an entire tribe of goblins on our ass.
We could take it. Or
I beg of your
Or-
pardon, I got rocked by velociraptors.
Oh,
or
actually, I have a great idea.
yeah.
Queen, give us 1 hour and we shall prepare you a brand new shiny amulet. Would this be a sufficient trade?
Oh, that's actually a good idea.
Depends on shiny. I like the shiny. Must be better than the shiny.
How shiny is it?
It's brass and adamantine. It's not actually shiny.
Oh, that's easy to.
It's just
Just metal.
it's metal and they call it a shiny because it's
Yeah.
a big it's on her. I'll post that image again here. It's that central, if you look at the picture, it's that central thing on her chest in her picture.
Mm-hmm.
It is not very shiny, but to her it is big and it is basically she uses it as a as a
Symbol of status.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
All
So
right.
perhaps if you gave her a larger, shinier medallion, possibly made out of like gold or silver,
Yeah,
instead of
that's fine, but
adamantine and brass.
let's see here. All right, so I head over to this fire and start doing this. Oh wait, there we go.
Channel divinity, artisan's blessing.
While that's going on, Diggory is going to wander about the village a little bit more. Take about another 30 minutes or so. More sketches.
This is giving me Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail vibes right now.
A little bit. No spoilers in case anybody hasn't played that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna be burning down to the 4 short swords I have in my inventory into like a shiny metal necklace or amulet or something.
Okay, that's fine. You take the hour. They don't stop you from wandering around the village. As a matter of fact, since you guys have been kind of in the village for so long, you now have goblin kids following you around.
After I'm done making sketches, and I think about I think I sort of motion to those goblin kids. Here, watch this. I take my boxing stance and think, well, let's get a little bit of exercise in at least, and put on a bit of a show. I manifest my echo in front of me in the same stance.
Once you do that, the kids scatter, a little bit terrified.
So the person that would actually be able to say what you're doing is off doing a different thing at this moment.
Fair enough. At any rate, I go into my usual shadow boxing routine. Maybe kind of playing it up a little bit as if I'm defending against a shadow creature or whatever.
You do eventually attract a crowd again as people are kind of watching you, and it is interesting. Roll me performance with advantage.
All right. Oh, good.
Oh,
It's average.
You attract enough people that they're, at least you have a decent amount of people who are watching you. Not a whole huge lot, but enough that you kind of feel a little bit more confident about yourself.
All right. Well, at least ways I got into it.
not the best of. Not the best, but then again, everything's new, and she's painting.
You do pretty well with everything for that. The problem that with your painting is that you have some goblin kids who are randomly stealing paints from you and picking up the canvas after you try to chase after one to start looking at them. So you are kind of going over everything, having to go over everything, and they keep messing up your painting. So that's why your painting didn't turn out too well this time.
Mm-hmm.
But after an hour, your ritual completes, Wrote, and you get yourself a nice, shiny medallion. Slightly bigger than hers, and looking nice, but looking nice though.
I engraved the words "Wrote was here" on it.
What language are you doing it in?
What sort of language that goblins wouldn't know?
I mean, what
Uh,
languages do you have? That's why I'm asking.
I can get one of the others to tell me how to write something. So what do they know?
If you don't want to, here, I just write down. You said Road was here. You said,
Yeah.
I just take a page in my notebook, scribble that down in Minotaur.
There you go.
They speak Minotaur. No.
I could have given it to you in primordial.
Oh, that also would have been nice.
And I could have done both.
God, what is this party?
This party, it is a group of scholars thrown into a jungle for no good reason, and we don't even have the excuse of being like Livingston, I presume.
Could have also done quarry, but I don't know what quarry would be.
I could have also done quarry.
How do you know all these languages?
Screw it. I'll write it one time in each language, except the ones they might know.
Okay. I mean,
so Minotaur, Primordial, and Quarry. All three which I speak and understand.
Throw in Shatterkai just for good measure.
Shatterkai doesn't actually have a language.
Fine. Elvish. I know that one.
I do not.
I know Elvish.
So you bring back this amulet that has
no Elvish.
You bring back this amulet that now has all of these different languages written onto it. She takes one look at it, seeing all the stuff, and says in Goblin to you wrote, lots of titles, lots of words, what they mean.
Holy blessings for God. Blessing for long health and longevity and strength of tribe.
Okay, we trade. She takes her other one and hands it over to you.
I take it and give the graffiti amulet to her.
Graffiti.
Graffiti.
The amulet of tagging. You hold it around your neck, you speak the command word as a bonus action, and just the phrase "wrote was here" is plastered across any wall that you want in a language that you don't know.
But she hands it over and happily puts it on and starts showing it off to the village, who everybody is surrounding her and just kind of marveling at her new little symbol of status, and is just super happy right now.
I don't think our job here is done.
I would think so too. Let's get out of here before they start asking questions.
Yeah.
With that, we will wrap up the session for today.
Works for me. All right.
I hope everybody enjoyed themselves.
I certainly did.
Yep.
Other than the battle, yes, I did.
Yeah, those ambushes were a bit of a thing, weren't they?
I'm just
Mhm.
thoroughly surprised we survived. I'll be perfect. Why did I almost die to fucking velociraptors?
I was a
of
little
all
bit.
the things that could have been in this god's forsaken jungle, undead, abominations, the red fucking wizard, but it was velociraptors. They have like 10 HP.
Oh, by the way, since you guys have accomplished like cool little feat here today, da na na na, you guys level up.
Neat.
Huzzah.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Da-na-na-na-da-da-da-na-da-na.
I don't know, and I feel that it's perfectly fine to tell you. I'm taking a level in fighter still.
To let you know, that is an old meme that I know. From an
Which one?
the record scratch. There is an animation, a Zelda animation out there where Link walks into a store and his friend turns on a record player and and it plays that sound clip, but then it hits a bump, so it goes da na 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 da na 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 da na na.
So that should put you guys at what, level 4?
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh boy.
Now we're going to have some fun, right? All right.
Depends on
By
where
the
you...
way, I took the crusher feat.
Okay.
Be right back.
Oh, that will be it from me today for all you folks out there in Twitch land. Thank you so much for sticking around. Thank everybody around here for playing. I know that Kitsu just walked away, but I will still say thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
We do need to find another person. I'd like to have 5 people in the group, so
Hmm.
when I throw those ambushes at you, because there can be some pretty nasty ambushes.
We know. You dropped him on us.
No, they can get worse than that.
I'm sure. All right. Well,
But
by that same logic. Thank you all for watching on my side. Hope to see you again, and whatever games are coming. And thank you all for hanging around, chatting, being all around cool dudes. We'll see you all in the next one.
bye.